Short recap. We're dealing with mass hysteria about an alleged killer virus that was never isolated by scientists and thus never proven to exist. Period. Yet, brought to you and lied to you by bribed scientists who sold their soul to make you believe that you and your loved ones are in mortal danger. Face masks and hand sanitizers, made obligatory by corrupt governments, have turned out to be toxic and carcinogenic. Not enough oxygen, too much carbon dioxide, skin diseases, lung diseases, retarded development in infants. We were warned by all the unbribed professionals. But the people didn't hear it, due to the everlasting fear-mongering repetition of the mainstream media. The notorious nose swab was introduced. Not an ordinary cotton swab, but a genuine professional nylon fiber swab that have been sterilized with ethylene oxide, which is toxic and carcinogenic, that contain morgellons, the same nanoparticles we found in face masks, that leave sharp fibers behind deep inside your nasal cavity, that contain the notorious DARPA hydrogel, that contain nanobots called theragrippers, that in all probability contain the vaccine, that may damage either your facial nerve or your olfactory nerve, or both. And if your blood-brain barrier is damaged in the process, a tissue that protects your brain against anything that is not supposed to enter it, you are officially buggered. Your limbic system will bear the detrimental consequences, which may shorten your life expectancy considerably. That's a lot to take in, isn't it? We fully understand if you don't believe us at this point, but let's take a closer look at the evidence, shall we? Number 1. Nose swabs are sterilized with ethylene oxide, a toxic carcinogenic gas. Now, according to the officials who are pushing the nose swabs down our noses, it's completely safe and nothing to worry about. Well, they're lying. Again. Nose swabs contain 50 times the maximum allowed amount of ethylene oxide. 50 times! Why? Is that really necessary for something that children now have to sniff each and every day before being allowed to go to school in some countries? Number 2. Nose swabs contain morgellons. Remember them from part 20? Those nanobot creepy crawlies in face masks that people inhale all day long? Well, I guess it wasn't enough to add them to just the masks, for they are in your nose swabs as well. Easy to test for yourself. They become active at body temperature, so hold the nose swab over a bowl of hot water and just wait. Use a magnifying glass or a microscope to see the filthy little critters that you push up your nose every time you do a nose swab. If you're lucky, they'll remain in your nasal cavity. If not, they will enter your brain. More about which in a bit. Number 3. Nose swabs leave sharp fibers behind. Once again, ever so easy to test for yourself. Here's a nose swab, and here's a piece of meat, representing the inside of your head. Roll the swab according to protocol across the meat, and voila! You can see some of the sharp fibers break off. They are left behind inside your head. Now, maybe you're not alarmed by this, but most of the medical doctors who saw this are. The fibers in these swabs were designed to break off. They're hollow, you see. That's why no ordinary cotton swabs were ever used. The hollow fibers contain something called DARPA hydrogel. Number 4. DARPA hydrogel is in the hollow fibers of the nose swab. Why is this worrying? Well, first of all, nothing benign has ever come out of DARPA, nor the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation that in this particular case worked together with biotech company Profusa. Profusa makes tissue-integrating biosensors for continuous monitoring of body chemistries. We're talking tiny biosensors made of a porous smart gel. Biosensors that communicate your medical information via fluorescent light signals to an optical reader, which subsequently can be read using an app on your smartphone. Your medical data can and will be shared with healthcare providers and public health analysts. Securely, of course. What a marvelous piece of technology! We absolutely love and support scientific progress. We really do. I mean, you can use this to monitor diseases such as diabetes or chronic lung diseases. But can somebody please explain to us why this is in your nose swab? And why we were not told about this? Number 5. Nose swabs contain nanobots called Theragrippers, invented by Johns Hopkins researchers in 2020. This is what a Theragripper looks like. A star-shaped micro-device made from metal. It's a shapeshifter, meaning it changes shape from this to this, as soon as it reaches body temperature. The 6 sharp microtips then latch onto your intestinal mucosa like the teeth of a hookworm that actually stood model for this invention, and any medicine or vaccine encapsulated at the center will be released gradually into your body over a period of 24 hours. Theragripers are no bigger than a dust speck. They can be administered to you thousands at a time. Here they are next to a hypodermic needle. And this is what they look like on a cotton swab. Interesting choice of photo on their website, don't you think? For decades, farmers have been using nose swabs to vaccinate their cattle. It's fairly common and not state-of-the-art at all. The nose swab is dipped into the vaccine and up it goes into the nose. Number 6. Nose swabs may damage your facial nerve or your olfactory nerve, or both. There's only a very small angle that is safe to perform a nose swab. If the healthcare worker or you, when you do the test yourself, miss that safe angle, you run the risk of having some very important cranial nerves damaged. Nerves that enable you to smell and taste. Nerves that keep your facial expressions the way you want them to be. Nerves that protect your brain against foreign invaders, such as bacteria and viruses. Number 7. When a nose swab is performed incorrectly, your blood-brain barrier may be punctured. If this is the case, all kinds of pathogens may enter your brain and leave a trail of destruction. If your limbic system is damaged as a result, you will get symptoms like chronic fatigue, disturbed sleeping patterns, disturbed alertness, altered emotions, memory problems, loss of control of movements and of body temperature. Combined with the result of damaged facial and olfactory nerves with symptoms such as the loss of smell and the loss of taste, COVID-19 will be named as the culprit of all your symptoms. The symptoms you got right after having a nose swab. Any correlation will be dismissed by doctors and by fact-checkers. It was all just a coincidence. It will take some time before all the nasal swabs gone horribly wrong will come to the surface. As we speak, more and more people are stepping forward with their horrid stories about broken off swabs that remained inside the nasal cavity. Or that were found stuck in a lung. About the most horrendous headaches ever since the swab. About people with cerebrospinal fluid leaks, brain bleeds, about children with nosebleeds and eye bleeds. Thousands of medical doctors have stepped forward, calling out to stop this insanity. If a virus is so contagious, do you really think it can only be found hidden deep inside your head? If there's only a narrow, safe angle, must we really expose our children to this dangerous belief based on nothing but fear? Do you really believe that these were done safely, bearing in mind that narrow, safe angle? If our governments and health institutes keep telling us to trust the science, then what science exactly are they talking about? Why didn't they inform us about the nanobot technology in the swabs? Or about the possibility of being vaccinated by means of a swab? Why didn't they point out the dangers of being severely injured, or worse, due to an ill-performed swab? What science exactly are they referring to? Oh, wait. Let me guess. They must be talking about the science of the PCR test, right? After all, after your nose has been swabbed, its content is sent off to be tested by the famous PCR. The inventor of the PCR was biochemist and Nobel Prize winner Dr. Gary Mullis. He developed the PCR in 1983 to amplify DNA sequences. That's it. The PCR was never meant to be used for diagnostic purposes. In other words, you cannot use the PCR to diagnose a disease. You cannot use it to diagnose COVID-19. Every virologist knows this. Mullis had stepped forward on previous occasions when his invention had been abused. The PCR does not detect an existing infection. It only measures whether sequences of a virus are present in the body. These sequences could just as easily come from a viral infection that has already been overcome, or from contamination that doesn't even lead to infection at all.
And with PCR, if you do it well, you can find almost anything in anybody. It's just a process that's used to make a whole lot of something out of something. It doesn't tell you that you're sick, and it doesn't tell you that the thing you ended up with really was going to hurt you or anything like that.
It gets worse. The outcome of the PCR fully depends on the number of cycles the test runs. The more cycles, the higher the chance you'll find whatever you want to find. After all, with each cycle, you amplify DNA sequences. In other words, if you run 40 cycles, you will find just about everything, from cancer to HIV to COVID-19. But that doesn't mean you actually have an active pathogen that makes you ill or dangerous to others. We all have cancer cells, but we don't all have cancer. Remember the insane amount of false positives? That's what happens when you abuse the PCR. And guess what? The authorities knew this all along. The WHO confirmed it on December 14, 2020. Did you even notice?
The only way you could tell if it's transmissible, if you can show that there really is live replication virus in you, and the tests don't measure that.
I think if somebody does come in with 37, 38, even 36, you got to say, it's just dead nucleotides, period.
Now please realize that there's nothing else to say, really. We're looking at the biggest global scam ever. SARS-CoV-2 was never proven to exist. You know what was proven? The uselessness of disinfecting your hands 1,000 times a day. The dangers of disinfecting your hands 1,000 times a day. The uselessness of wearing face masks. The dangers of wearing face masks. The uselessness of nose swabs. The dangers of nose swabs. The fraudulent use of the PCR, which, by the way, was the gold standard of the entire COVID scam. Do you realize what that means? If you dismiss the credibility of the PCR numbers, which has finally and rightfully occurred, you are left with nothing. No gold standard, no reliable statistics, nothing. Nothing but lies. Deliberate lies. And you know what was put on top of those lies? More lies. Even if you're asymptomatic, meaning you don't have any symptoms, you are still a danger to others. Complete and utter bollocks. And they knew it.
It still appears to be rare that an asymptomatic individual actually transmits onward.
Have you taken a test? Are you going to take a test?
No. Well, I'm not taking a test for some reason. I have no symptoms. But not everybody in the United States should take a test. I mean, I have no symptoms. There's no reason for me to take it. In all the history of respiratory-borne viruses of any type, asymptomatic transmission has never been the driver of outbreaks. The driver of outbreaks is always a symptomatic person. Even if there's a rare asymptomatic person that might transmit, an epidemic is not driven by asymptomatic carriers.
You know what was put on top of those lies? Scandals. March 2020. Test kits in the UK had been contaminated with a COVID-19 virus. Excuse me? How on earth did that happen? Was this ever investigated? Was anybody held accountable? Of course not. Nobody seemed to care. You know what was put on top of that scandal? Yet another scandal. Bill Gates sold your DNA data to China. Not just yours, but everybody's. Every swab containing DNA was sold to China, as proven and revealed in 2021. Was Gates held accountable? Of course not. You know what was put on top of that scandal? Deceit. In order to scare the people into a frenzy, crisis actors and even dolls were used.
Und wir haben bestimmte Aufgaben bekommen. Das ist meine. Informieren Sie einen Mitarbeiter darüber, dass Sie das Gefühl haben, schlechter Luft zu bekommen. Das ist meine Bettnummer und ich kriege für das Ganze hier Geld.
Just when you think you've seen it all. You know what was put on top of the deceit? Yet another scandal called bribery and corruption. Ever heard of Belarus? You will now. The president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, refused to participate in the lockdown and other COVID insanities, after which the World Bank and the IMF offered him a bribe of $940 million in the form of COVID relief aid. In exchange, Lukashenko had to impose extreme lockdowns on his people, force them to wear face masks, impose very strict curfews, impose a police state, and crash the economy. Lukashenko refused. When all the other so-called leaders succumbed to temptation, Lukashenko stood ground and told the world what had just happened.
Как решается этот вопрос? При этом хочу заявить, что мы ни под кого плясать не будем. Там уже появляются требования. Вы, мол, в борьбе с коронавирусом в Беларуси делайте как в Италии. Слушайте, я не хочу, чтобы, не дай бог, повторилась ситуация в Беларуси, как в Италии. Уже Всемирный банк готов нас профинансировать в 10 раз больше, чем предлагал, за то, что мы эффективно боремся с этой болезнью. А МВФ продолжает требовать от нас: вы давайте изоляцию, давайте карантин, давайте комендантский час. Слушайте, что за глупость?
Were the World Bank and the IMF held accountable? Of course not. You know what was put on top of that scandal? Yet another scandal, called statistics fraud. In May 2020, officials admitted tens of thousands of COVID tests had been double counted. In other words, 2 samples taken from the same patient, for instance to get an immediate second opinion, were recorded as 2 separate tests in the government's official figures. What a great way to pump up the volume. Then, also in 2020, the common flu had disappeared, just like that. The official numbers showed no more flu.
Southern Hemisphere, during their influenza season, actually, they saw a very limited flu transmission. It was unexpected and very surprising, but literally there was nearly no flu this year in the Southern Hemisphere.
The amount of people who now died of the flu, hundreds of thousands as always, were now counted as COVID casualties. Playing with numbers like that is called fraud. Also in 2020, in August, the CDC admitted that of all the so-called COVID deaths, only 6% had no other illnesses. 94% had died with an average of 2.5 comorbidities, meaning other underlying illnesses. In other words, according to the CDC, 94 out of 100 COVID deaths had actually died of a heart disease, of a respiratory illness, pneumonia, of organ failure, cancer, obesity, or a cognitive disease. Yet all of them had COVID-19 on their death certificate. Why? You'll soon find out. Here's another example of how statistics were used to mislead the people. The Dutch RIVM showed these graphs, using different scales on the y-axis. Here it's 5,000 people. Yet here it's only 25. But can you feel what it does to you to see these 2 graphs? Number 2 seems so much worse. And look at this horrific orange peak. Oh my God. But hey, the amount of people between these lines is only 5. So, on the 1st of September, 11 people died of COVID-19. Bearing in mind the false positives and the hidden comorbidities, remember the CDC 6%? The actual number should be something like not even 1 whole person. Well, now we understand why we're heading towards the next lockdown. Not. On top of our pyramid of all the lies, deceit, scandals, bribery and corruption, there were more lies about overloaded ICUs. Starting in the spring of 2020, we called many hospitals. We asked others to call hospitals in their area, in their country. They all came back with the same astonishing findings. The ICUs were not overloaded. It was like a normal seasonal flu in which the elderly with comorbidities tend to pass away. Now, before we end this episode and move along like a steam train, please do take a moment to fully grasp the significance of false positives. We mentioned it quite a few times. Do you really know what it means? It means hundreds of thousands of people were wrongly quarantined, looked up, and even hospitalized. It means countless businesses went bankrupt. The entire middle class was given a huge blow. The intentional abuse of the PCR tore families apart. It means an enormous emotional and psychological impact on humanity, most of all on children and the elderly. It means a devastating rise in suicides. We can only imagine Dr. Muller's turning over in his grave.
Guys like Fauci get up there and start talking, he doesn't know anything really about anything, and I'd say that to his face. Nothing. The man thinks you can take a blood sample and stick it in an electron microscope, and if it's got a virus in there, you'll know it. He doesn't understand electron microscopy, and he doesn't understand medicine, and he should not be in a position like he's in. Most of those guys up there on the top are just total administrative people, and they don't know anything about what's going on the bottom. Those guys have got an agenda, which is not what we would like them to have, being that we pay for them to take care of our health in some way. They've got a personal kind of agenda. They make up their own rules as they go. They change them when they want to. Tony Fauci does not mind going on television in front of the people that pay his salary and lie directly into the camera.
Even today, the PCR test determines infection and death rates, which in turn determine the waves of infection, which in turn determines the lockdown levels, and which is now driving the push for mandatory vaccinations. As we make this episode, our heroes of the Corona Investigative Committee are taking governments to court for basing their destructive COVID policies solely and unjustly on the PCR. We have great faith in their work. Will there be justice? Oh yes. In the end, truth and light walk hand in hand, and they always prevail. It's just a matter of time and perseverance. But for now, it's time to expose some more ugly truths. After all, we may have given you our appalling COVID pyramid, but one element is still missing. Do you want to know what the capstone is trying to hide at all cost? Then follow me to part 22. We ended our previous episode with our COVID pyramid, built layer upon layer of lies, deceit, fraud and scandals. Now, of course, you're wondering by now, how come so many hospitals, doctors and healthcare workers in general went along with all of the above? Can a scam so huge be kept a secret by so many people? We have reached the capstone of our nauseating COVID pyramid. We shall name the capstone M&M, Money and Murder in Hospitals. Shocking as it may sound, we've seen it before. Remember the unjust administering of the killer drug midazolam in the UK, as shown in part 19? Well, the US and many other countries had their own version called remdesivir. Here's what happened. Hospitals were given incentives, as in money, for each and every COVID casualty. According to whistleblowers, investigative journalists, lawyers and specialists, hospitals in the US have been receiving $13,000 for every admitted COVID patient. There have been financial extras for every COVID test, for every positive outcome. If patients were treated with the only prescribed drug, remdesivir, the hospital received yet another bonus. 20% of the entire hospital bill of the patient. Then, for every patient put on a ventilator, the hospital received $39,000. And if that patient officially died of COVID-19, they got yet another $13,000. That's a lot of money. According to attorney Thomas Renz and CMS whistleblowers, the hospitals received approximately $100,000 per COVID casualty, if the above protocol was followed. Now the thing is, the American hospitals receive this money in advance, based on the COVID predictions, based on the flawed models of people like Birx. If the hospitals didn't actually meet those models, they had to pay that money back at a later stage. And we're talking millions of dollars here. So, what happened? Everybody who was admitted to a hospital, for instance because of a car accident, or because of cancer, or diabetes, or kidney failure, everybody got a PCR test to start with. Due to the ridiculous amount of cycles, there was an abundance of false positives. False positives equals COVID patients equals money. Hence the sudden rise in COVID patients. Then, remdesivir left its detrimental mark, just like midazolam had done in the UK. You see, remdesivir is not a new drug. It was used in 2018 during the West African Ebola outbreak. It was known to have severe adverse effects such as kidney damage, liver damage, and even death. Yet, in 2020, Anthony Fauci directed that remdesivir was to be the drug hospitals used to treat COVID-19. Hence the incentives. So, what happened next? Those poor patients only got worse, after which they were put on a ventilator. After all, that was yet another bonus of many thousands of dollars pouring straight into the pockets of the hospitals. Now, the problem with ventilators is that the patient is put into an induced coma. His or her breathing is taken over by a machine that puts extra pressure on the lungs, called baropressure. In the case of damaged lungs due to, for instance, pneumonia, those lungs will only get worse. They will not be able to deal with the increased pressure. the chances of that patient recovering, of being able to be taken off the ventilator and to start breathing by himself are very, very small. Combined with organ failure as a result of remdesivir, the chances of that patient ever leaving the hospital alive are next to nothing.
There is a product which is proven to cause renal failure and hepatic injury. Doctors continue to give the product, causing more kidney injury. I have over 500 publications on kidney injury. I'm telling you, it contributes to death without a doubt. That is mass psychosis.
Is Dr. McCullough correct? Is it mass psychosis? Or are we talking murder here? Mass murder? Genocide? We think so. Why? Because the hospitals knew. The incentives were simply too massive to reject. Man's biggest temptation was deployed by the cabal, the almighty dollar. We have learned from history that not many people are capable of saying no. And so, hospitals, medical doctors, specialists, even nurses succumb to temptation and sold their soul to the highest bidder. Not all of them, thank God. Those who followed their heart and remained true to their oath of Hippocrates to help those in need are now called whistleblowers. Thanks to them, we can tell you what happened behind closed doors.
There's a financial incentive to call somebody COVID positive. The hospitals receive a bonus from the government if someone is hospitalized and able to be declared COVID positive. They also receive a bonus. I think the total is something like $30,000 in incentive if somebody gets put on the vent. Then they get a bonus if somebody is declared dead with COVID. So they have an incentive at the front end to declare somebody COVID case. The CDC made a determination that they were going to make a core assumption: if PCR positive and you die, that is death due to COVID. So the extreme example, just to show the absurdity, if the patient comes in with a bullet hole to the head and they do a nose swab and they come up PCR positive, they're determined to have died from COVID, when in fact they died from lead poisoning.
That's real?
Yeah.
So that it really is true that if someone has a gunshot wound and they're dying of that gunshot wound and you check them for COVID, and if they're COVID positive and they die, they mark that off as a COVID death.
That is by definition from the CDC. That was a decision that was made early on.
90% of the people put on ventilators died. 90%. You have a better chance with Russian roulette, literally. Okay?
Protocol.
That's a protocol. So listen, and not only is it a protocol, but they get paid to do it. A lot. When you go to the hospital, you get tested. They get paid more. When you get admitted for COVID, they get paid more. When they put you on remdesivir, they get paid more. When you get ventilated, they get paid more. When you die, they get paid more. This is perverse.
We cannot even begin to describe the tragedy brought upon thousands of innocent people. Not only were they administered on false pretenses and treated wrongly on purpose, not only were their chances of ever getting out alive reduced to almost zero, they were also denied visits from their loved ones. They were denied food and water. As they became underfed and dehydrated to the point of dying, They were denied physical, consoling contact with loved ones. They were denied a priest during their last hours. Their loved ones were denied access to medical records. The COVID scam, based on nothing more than politics, destroyed hundreds of thousands of lives. All because of incentives upon incentives, bonus upon bonus, piles of money upon piles of money. Even the coroners received government money if they put COVID-19 on death certificates. The cabal had thought of everything. The one place you should be safe, the one place where you should be handled with love, care and compassion had turned into a prison camp. A place where you are most welcome as you are worth $100,000. That is, if protocols are followed and you never leave that place alive. This sounds like a horror movie, don't you think? And we fully understand if you simply choose to refuse believing us. We too wish we were wrong, misled by conspiracy theorists and their crazy stories. But unfortunately, we lost dear friends who experienced this all the way to the bitter end. We will give you a few examples. This was our dear friend, Veronica Wolski. She became famous on social media as a freedom advocate who spent every weekend on a bridge in Chicago, putting up her banners with slogans that made people think. She made them with great love and care. She was always there, no matter how cold the weather. Drivers would honk and wave, letting her know she was not alone in her passionate fight against the cabal. We were in contact via Messenger. She sent us Q bracelets to hand out at our events. She was ever so proud to meet General Flynn, our hero, who never gave up fighting for the rights and liberties of the American people. We were so happy for her, and so proud. One day she wrote us how tired and weary she felt, and how much physical effort it cost to be on that bridge every weekend. She had trouble breathing. She started taking ivermectin, but was unfortunately administered to Chicago's Resurrection Hospital. Her every wish was denied, from continuing treatment with ivermectin to seeing family and friends. Veronica was put on remdesivir, which she had repeatedly refused. Her power of attorney, Nancy Ross, was removed by hospital security on several occasions. Even General Flynn tried to intervene and get her out. They got to the point where an ambulance was waiting to transfer Veronica to another hospital. All the care she needed was there, but at the very last moment, the hospital refused to authorize her release. Veronica didn't stand a chance and died all alone as a medical prisoner in a Catholic hospital. Her official cause of death? COVID-19. One of our Dutch friends, Dennis, nearly lost his wife Lisa due to maltreatment in the Jeroen Bos Hospital in Den Bosch, the Netherlands. She went in for hyperventilation and back pain. The first thing the doctor did was a nose swab. The PCR ran 44 cycles, something Dennis found out later after questioning the doctor. With a 100% chance of getting a false positive, she indeed got labelled positive and was treated as a COVID patient from that moment on. Her back pain and hyperventilation were completely ignored. Then, on day 2, Dennis was asked for consent to put Lisa on Regenkov. Dennis did some quick research and said no, absolutely not. What the doctors hadn't told him was that Regenkov is an investigational drug. It is experimental. According to the FDA, it can only be used in a case of emergency and only as post-exposure prophylaxis therapy, which means only after exposure to the virus as damage control. It will keep you out of the hospital, or so the FDA claims. In other words, And please remember this, for it may one day save your life. Region-COV is an experimental drug that may only be used for people, not patients, people who have been in close contact with COVID patients but who do not have COVID symptoms themselves just yet, or only mild to moderate ones. These people should be tested by means of a PCR test, and then, if they too come out as positive, and if they are at high risk of developing severe COVID-19, including hospitalization or death, only then can they be given this experimental drug called Region-COV. Short recap. If you have been close to a COVID patient, as in less than 6 feet away, you could very well be contaminated with this killer virus, okay? Now, even though this killer virus has never been isolated and thus proven to exist, even though there were never excess mortality rates, until they started the vaccination program, that is, more about which in the next episode, even though the official amount of casualties was equal to that of a mild flu, even though the PCR was never meant to be used for diagnostic purposes, and it cannot tell you whether you have COVID or not, even though we now know that too many cycles will give you a false positive outcome, even though, according to the FDA, you may not be in a hospital setting when the emergency use of Region-COV may be considered, but simply at home with no COVID symptoms at all or just mild ones, even though you must belong to that small group of people who are at high risk for developing severe COVID-19, including hospitalization or death, only then may the use of Region-COV be considered. So, my question in this particular case is, why on earth did this doctor want to give Lisa Region-COV? She was in the hospital already. Let's stick to the almighty protocol here, shall we? What this doctor did was not allowed by any of the authorities. As a matter of fact, it was and is a criminal offense. Why give Lisa a COVID damage control drug when she went in with back pain and hyperventilation complaints? And how on earth can this drug be used in emergency situations when you are still at home with hardly any symptoms? Define emergency, please. And finally, how can the person put on Region-COV be closely monitored by a doctor when he or she is not in a hospital? Let's take a look at the possible side effects of this drug, shall we? It can cause anaphylaxis, a serious allergic reaction that can cause death within minutes or hours. It can cause serious abnormalities in one's heartbeat and blood pressure. My! But wait for it. The other known adverse reactions are chills, fever, difficulty breathing, nausea, chest pain, muscle pain, headache, fatigue, sore throat, and weakness. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? These are the identical alleged COVID symptoms. My, what a coincidence. So, if you die from Region-COV, how easy is it to put COVID-19 on your death certificate? Is this why fully vaccinated people are not allowed to be treated with Region-COV? Because it's bad for statistics? Oh, and here's another one to ponder. If Region-COV is not to be used in the case of COVID variants, but only for the original COVID-19, can anybody please tell us how variants are detected in a person? If the PCR is unreliable for diagnosis, period, do you really believe it can be used to detect variants? Had Lisa been given Region-COV, as suggested by a doctor, her chances of ever getting out of that hospital alive would have been, well, basically zero. Her cause of death would have been COVID-19. After all, she had all the symptoms, right? Thank God, both Dennis and Lisa know enough about the COVID scam to be on high alert. What happened next? On day 3, she was given morphine. Do you know how hard it is to get morphine in the Netherlands, even in a hospital? I do, from personal experience. You have to be in so much pain and beg for it, and even then still most doctors refuse to give it, as it is highly addictive. True, absolutely. So why the heck give it to alleged COVID patients? After 2 days, Dennis insisted they take her off the morphine. Long story short, after a week in the hospital's COVID department with no fluids and no IV, she was completely exhausted, dehydrated, and ready to die. Dennis and a friend insisted she be moved to the ICU, where she was put on a ventilator that took over her breathing. Within a day in the ICU, she was diagnosed with Guillain-Barré. Whether or not this is correct is still to be seen. After 6 days in the ICU and 4 more weeks of physical therapy, Dennis could finally take her home. If he hadn't been so insisting, he asked for blood test results and medical reports every single day to the point of driving the nurses and doctors crazy, we doubt Lisa would have made it. Another dear friend from the Netherlands, Arjuna, was hospitalized on November 17, 2021. His complaints? Exhaustion. His wife Nora bought a saturation meter and measured a low 65. She called their family doctor, who immediately called for an ambulance. On the way to the hospital, Arjuna was given oxygen, to which he responded very well. Within 15 minutes, his saturation level had gone up to 90. Arjuna was administered to the local hospital, where he was tested for COVID and found positive. But all seemed well. With just a bit of oxygen, his saturation level remained steady just over 90. If only the story had ended there. That night, Arjuna was put on a cocktail of norepinephrine, rocuronium, propofol, sufentanil and midazolam. Enough to put an elephant down. Arjuna was put on a ventilator and sank into a deep coma. Why? Nobody knows, except the doctors, who refused to tell what happened that night. On day 2, a doctor called Nora and asked for her consent to treat Arjuna with Regenkov. She said it was an experimental drug, but didn't add any information. Nora said no, and insisted Arjuna be treated according to the Math Plus protocol, but her request was denied. Once again, why for God's sake suggest Regenkov? Arjuna was in the hospital, on oxygen, and on a ventilator. That's 3 times a no-go, according to the officials. That same night, Nora was told by a nurse that they had deepened her husband's comatose state, as he had started to breathe by himself. Instead of taking him off the ventilator, they had given him more narcotics. Nora then talked to another doctor and repeated her Math Plus protocol request, but he too said he had to follow the hospital's protocol. On day 7, Arjuna was transferred to the Jeroen Bos Hospital in Den Bosch, the same hospital that had almost killed our friend Lisa. Arjuna was given more midazolam, fentanyl, and other sedatives. On day 14, the doctors turned the ventilator off. Arjuna died, leaving Nora behind, devastated and inconsolable. His official cause of death? COVID-19. Then there's the adventure of Benjamin Gord. He got into a single-car crash, early 22. When he came to and realized what had happened, he checked his arms and legs, and all seemed just fine. After about 10 minutes, help arrived. The first thing they did was give him an injection.
Take a syringe, an EMT take a syringe out, and started coming at me, and I said, no, what the? And he said, just gonna calm me down, boss. It went in, and it went black.
7 hours later, he woke up in a hospital on a ventilator. As he remembered, he had come out of the car crash unharmed. He pulled out the ventilator tube, the IV in his arm, and the catheter. He got up and went to a desk with some nurses and asked,
why did you put me on a ventilator? Does it look like I'm having any trouble whatsoever breathing? I'm standing?
The answer was, because you have COVID.
And I said, even if that's true, that you tested me for COVID, that ventilator is a late stage, last resort, hyper-invasive thing that you've done. What did you give to me? First thing she says is propofol. And I said, oh, the thing that killed Michael Jackson, great. And then she mentioned fentanyl and morphine.
It was only because of his strong attitude that he left that hospital alive. He then tried to reach as many people as possible on social media to tell his shocking tale and to share his warning.
Be extra careful no matter what you do.
Yeah.
Avoid the hospital.
As we edit this voiceover, thousands of people are literally being murdered by doctors and nurses. And to be honest, if you had told us this a year ago, we would not have believed you. But now, we have seen this living nightmare up close and personal. Not only that, we receive these horrid accounts on a daily basis from across the world. Do you want to hear healthcare whistleblowers? Do you want to know what you can do to save your life or that of a loved one? Then follow me to part 23. Money and murder in hospitals. What we showed you in our previous episode was only the tip of the iceberg. Every day, countless people die in hospitals worldwide because the holy protocols must be followed at all times. And those protocols kill people on purpose for money. Enormous amounts of COVID incentives. What could and should have been used for the benefit of the people turned into a murdering depopulation device. But not all healthcare workers could handle this insane reality. Their hearts stayed true to their patients. They fought for their lives, mostly in vain, as they were overruled by other doctors and nurses as soon as their shift was over. One nurse who openly stepped forward is Erin Marie Olszewski, Army combat veteran and registered nurse. She worked at Elmhurst Hospital, the epicenter of the epicenter, in New York City in March 2020 as a travel nurse during the first so-called COVID-19 wave. The things she saw there horrified her. Patients who were brought in for anything non-COVID related, who were even tested negative, were labeled positive just because of the money it brought in. They were drugged up with sedatives and put on ventilators, brought in by inexperienced staff and interns.
A lot of these patients are really coming in with anxiety because they're scared. They're worried and they're breathing fast, and then they get all nervous. So this is how the people are coming in. And a lot of them are on either Medicaid or Medicare. They're poor. They're from, a lower class. We're at a public hospital. They need the funding, so take them. They take them, and they tell them pretty much that if they don't get on a vent, then they're probably not going to survive. But the reality is, if they get on that vent, the likelihood of them walking out the hospital is slim to none. So you don't have actual doctors that know critical care, ICU doctors on these floors. There's a dentist, and there are residents with these. So residents are essentially students, and these people that are on vents are essentially being like, these residents are like practicing their skills on them. So they're practicing central lines, they're practicing like invasive procedures that are really unnecessary. A 37-year-old, he came in talking. He was very terrified. He was just like, totally alert, knew what was going on, and they convinced him to be on a vent. Now he's dead. I compare this hospital to a third world country. I've been in a third world country hospital in Iraq. The Iraq hospital is better than this one.
Many patients died due to the use of improper settings by inexperienced operators, resulting in blowing out people's lungs. She witnessed gross negligence. She described how the resident physicians refused to consider treatments like vitamins and hydroxychloroquine that had turned out to be very successful in other hospitals, other states, other countries. Instead, patients were funneled towards ventilators where they were left to die. According to Olszewski, all of her patients died, mostly unnecessarily. Their loved ones were told they died of COVID-19. Their deaths were used to further falsify the statistics, and the mainstream media spread the lies and kept the real pandemic alive, the fear pandemic. Olszewski decided to speak up, but realized nobody would believe her, so she went undercover and filmed everything.
He came in with a stroke.
I know, that's what 26-1 was, with stroke.
And no COVID, and now he's got COVID, and he's on a vent. He's not DNR, but we're treating it as DNR?
Basically.
When someone we're close, we'll pull the code card up and be ready. We're ready. I had the epi ready. That's one of the first things we do. And she wouldn't let me give it. So this was that woman, and the entire time, and this was over his body, his alive body, and we're arguing, and she's laughing, she was smirking. And how this man died was the nurses arguing with the doctors over him as he was dying. And she's smirking the entire time. It was probably one of the worst experiences in my entire life. But all I can think about is that at least he knows that we were fighting for him when he died.
This is wrong. It is straight up it is wrong. And I am 37 years old. I have been in a hospital since I've been 16. Military hospitals that well.
What aspect of it was wrong to you?
Calling a patient a DNR when there's no order for it, and telling us, like straight up telling us, you're not doing anything. That's wrong. If that was my brother or my father or anybody, I would be furious. And I guarantee you, if I called his family right now and told them what happened, they would be furious too.
I flipped. We were all crying. There's a lot of nurses that know that this is wrong, but they're afraid to say anything publicly.
What killed him? Did the vent kill him?
Yeah. Oh yes. They're so sedated. He had probably 8 or 9 drips. It's all sedation. It's all sedation and paralytics. So you are asleep. It is essentially like you're under, you're in surgery, when they put you under like that for a good month straight. There's no way you can recover from something like that.
Subsequently, she wrote a book, Undercover Epicenter Nurse: How Fraud, Negligence and Greed Led to Unnecessary Deaths at Elmhurst Hospital.
I've been taking care of a patient for like a week right now, and this is my and I called him. And he's been doing great. He had a trach put in and he's been doing great. He's been talking and like, or communicating with me. He's telling me, like, laughing at my jokes and talking to his kids on FaceTime a couple days ago. And I told him that, I told his kids that he was doing fine. And he was. And today I was giving him, and they came in and they told me that I need to leave the room and I have to give report to somebody else. They took me from that unit and they put me in the emergency room, and they don't need me there, but they put me there, and I'm not even there like 20 minutes. I'm not even there 20 minutes and I hear a code being called in my room that I was just left. And it's him. And he was fine. He was fine. I don't understand. Nothing makes sense. Like, why would they take me out of his room and put me in the ED? And then not 20 minutes later, he's dead. It doesn't make sense. Like, did they kill him? He was my one patient that was gonna live. He shouldn't have died. I don't know what they did to him. Something's not right.
I know not everybody's gonna live, but these people aren't dying from COVID. Let me give you several examples here. A patient had a heart rate of 40, and the resident started doing chest compressions on him, which is not what you do. You just externally pace them, or you give him some atropine. And then, I run in there to stop him from doing chest compressions on somebody with a fucking pulse. And then he decides to push epi. He throws some pads on him to defibrillate the guy. He has a heart rate of 40 and a stable bradycardic rhythm. We just need to give him some atropine and pace him. He fucking defibrillates him and kills him. The director of nursing was standing out there, and I'm like, can you stop him? He's going to kill that patient. He's going to kill that patient. And the director of nursing just shook his head, and I turned around and he killed the dude. It's just here, they're just gonna let them rot on the vent. They're medically mismanaging these patients, and nobody is listening. They don't care what is happening to these people. They don't. I'm literally coming here every day and watching them kill them. It's like going in the fucking Twilight Zone. Like, everyone here is okay with this. The only way I can kind of put this into context for everybody is, and this is going to be kind of an extreme example, this is like really the only thing I can come up with, is like if we were in Nazi Germany and they were like taking the Jews to go put them in a gas chamber, I'm the one like there saying, hey, this is not good, this is bad, this is wrong, we should not be doing this. And then everyone tells me, hang in there, you're doing a great job, you can't save everybody, you're amazing, you're a great nurse. Guys, I know I'm a fucking good nurse. I know I go in there and I give it 500% every day. What I need is someone to help me save these people from being killed. Okay? From gross negligence and complete medical mismanagement. Can someone come up with like some type of a solution for me? Because I'm kind of out of ideas. and try and talk with some of the other nurses here, and they're like, well, you can't save everybody. And they all know what's happening. They all agree with me, and they all just shake their heads, and I'm like, am I the only one who is not a sociopath to think that this is okay? They're murdering these people. I'm pretty sure that when you defibrillate somebody with a heartbeat of 40 in a stable rhythm and you kill them, that's murder. And I'm pretty sure that when you put somebody's PEEP up to like 25 and PEEP doesn't go past, I think, like 15, 20, and you blow their lungs out and they die, I'm pretty sure that's murder. I've just watched a doctor drop a central line and rupture like the subclavian vein, and the guy bled to death. I mean, COVID didn't break that central line. COVID didn't kill that guy.
Nine days ago, I opened an intensive care unit to care for the sickest COVID-positive patients in this city. The method that we program the ventilator, one based on a notion of respiratory failure as opposed to oxygen failure, that this method being widely adopted at this very moment in every hospital in the country, which aims to increase pressure on the lungs in order to open them up, is actually doing more harm than good. And that the pressure we are providing to lungs, we may be providing to lungs that cannot stand it, that cannot take it. And that the ARDS that we are seeing, that the whole world is seeing, may be nothing more than lung injury caused by the ventilator.
I am a respiratory therapist, been doing this for 21 years. Basically right now, and the way it has been the last couple of months, when they locked us down, is that any patient that came in with a respiratory problem was labeled COVID. Now that doesn't matter if it's you got stage 4 lung cancer and pancreatitis and heart disease and liver failure and everything else. You're still, because you come in with breathing problems, you're labeled a COVID patient. Maybe they died, then they would die of COVID and not of stage 4 lung cancer. So you have to recognize that if every single patient is under COVID investigation and dies, then that goes into a COVID death, and they're showing the numbers like a football game to scare you. They're showing you loading bodies into a tractor trailer to scare you. I've never in my career ever seen bodies loaded into a tractor trailer. It just doesn't happen. I wonder if those were even bodies. I really don't believe it. All of this stuff is fake. Okay? Look at our ventilators. This is non-invasive ventilation here, CPAP or BiPAP. This is a mask that gets strapped on you, and we can help you breathe with that. We're not allowed to use those. Since COVID came out, they said absolutely not. You have to let the patient crash and go straight to a ventilator. I'm not completely convinced this is a virus, and I've been doing this a long time. Do your own homework. Do your research. Y'all need to be asking some really hard questions here, and questioning your government, and questioning the people in charge, and also questioning your doctors, because the doctors believe this stuff just as much as everybody else does, but they're not looking at the real information. All they're doing is they're told something, and hey, guess what? They got lives, they got jobs, they got everything else you got plus some. They're not going to go look it up. They look up the little things that they're told to look up, and that's it, just like anybody else would. Okay, so, you know, these questions really have to be asked, and they're shutting the world down. The world. Okay? And they're putting our kids and grandkids in severe debt that will never be paid off. And if you think of how many taxes you're paying now, can you imagine what our children and our grandchildren are going to have to pay for this scam? So please look up, do your homework, ask questions.
How was this even possible? How could any of this ever happen? Because of the following 3 reasons. 1. The money and murder capstone. the immense incentives given to hospitals by the government if the COVID scam was kept alive and patients were left to die. 2. Because in many countries, family members were not allowed near patients, so there were no eyewitnesses to the gross negligence and murder. And 3. Because, for instance, in the case of New York, Senator Cuomo had signed an executive order stating that no doctor or nurse could ever be held liable for anything gone wrong to the patients in New York City during the pandemic. They had carte blanche to do anything. There was no supervision. There was no obligation to keep records and paperwork in order. These 3 ingredients turned out to be fatal for countless innocent people who were brought in thinking they were in safe hands. Not just in New York, but throughout the country and the rest of the world. There are many more healthcare whistleblowers. We urge you to find them on the internet, for instance via the highly recommended Stu Peters Show. Many whistleblowers are now under federal whistleblower protection. COVID patients in America's hospitals today are actually being treated worse than prisoners in American jails. They are being held hostage and segregated from loved ones. They have no visitation rights, no right to decide their treatment. They are refused basic fluids, nutraceuticals, and nutrients. And the reason is money. Is it a new phenomenon that doctors choose money over saving their patients? No, it is not. We found an eerily similar account in this French book, Chroniques de Genève, The Chronicles of Geneva, written by François Bonivard in 1867, about the plague hitting Geneva in 1530. An entire hospital was set up for plague victims alone. It received money from patients, merchants, and the magistrate gave incentives on a monthly basis. If a patient died without a family, all the property went to the hospital. But then the plague subsided. The hospital started losing money as subsidies depended on the number of patients, and so the doctors got organized. They began to cut the plague ulcers from the bodies of the dead. They dried them and ground them into powder, which they spread on door handles in the dead of night. That's right. They went from house to house downtown Geneva and secretly and intentionally spread the plague among healthy citizens in order to raise the numbers of patients and thus the number of financial incentives. But one of the doctors got tired of these nightly adventures. After all, he had to care for his patients during the day as well. Double shift, so to speak. He became careless and threw a bundle of dust into the crowd during the day. But the dust smelled awful, and the people recognized it as the foul smell of the Black Death. The doctor was arrested and tortured until he named each and every doctor and nurse who was involved in this murderous scheme. They were all arrested and executed. 1530. Almost 5 centuries later, nothing much seems to have changed when money is offered in large quantities. Now, we're not saying that the doctors of today should be punished in a similar fashion, but we do ponder sometimes what will happen when people wake up and realize what really happened to their loved ones in the hands of the doctors and nurses they trusted. we wouldn't be surprised if they'd have to run for their lives. Let's hope they will get a fair trial. After all, these are not the 1500s anymore, right? As we speak, a Dutch hospital published an article about changing palliative care for COVID-19 patients. In short, more midazolam, more narcotics in general, and less, or preferably no visitors. No visitors, no eyewitnesses to the murder of innocent loved ones who are too drugged up and too confused to defend themselves. And as if that weren't enough, in May of this year, the WHO will gain total control over each and every country in case of a future pandemic. At an upcoming conference on May 22 to 28, 2022, ultimate control over the world's healthcare systems is scheduled to be delivered, pending a vote, to the WHO that will give sweeping power to the WHO's Director General to declare health emergencies or crises in any nation, even if that nation opposes it. The Director General will be able to declare these health crises based merely on his personal opinion or consideration that there is a potential threat. People will lose the right to be protected by their constitution. The WHO, faithful vassal of the UN, will have total power and control over you. Make no mistake, when that happens, you will feel like the people of Shanghai right now, with no rights, no liberties, no free choice, and no hope. Like George Orwell wrote in his infamous 1984, if you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face, forever. Not a pretty picture, right? So, is there any hope at all? Of course there is. There always is. But the main problem with humanity is that they want to be saved. They want a savior, or at least someone who does the job for them. And that's not going to happen. This shift, this great awakening, can only take place for the people, by the people. In other words, you will have to become active. Now, we're not talking about going to demonstrations or signing petitions. We are talking about something completely different. Do you want to know what that is and how easy it really is? Then follow me to part 24. This is the story of Scott Quiner, who was hospitalized in November 2021 with serious lung problems. Of course, due to the money and murder in hospitals, he was diagnosed with COVID-19 and put on a ventilator and on heavy sedative drugs. Scott's wife Anne begged the doctors to treat Scott with HCQ, ivermectin, zinc, vitamin D, but the doctors refused. They denied Scott nutrition and fluids. Anne was denied the right to have her husband transported to another hospital. She was shamed and blamed for being unvaccinated. Early January 22, Anne received a phone call from his doctor telling her bluntly they were going to unplug the ventilator that week. At that point, Anne contacted Stu Peters, our independent journalist with his own Stu Peters show and an immense audience. In no time, Anne teamed up with attorney Thomas Renz, famous for fighting the narrative that COVID shots are safe and effective. The hospital was bombarded with over 300,000 phone calls from people who had watched the interview with Anne. The doctors finally succumbed to the voice of the people and let Scott go. He was transported to a hospital in Houston, Texas, where the doctors were shocked and horrified when they saw Scott. They said he was the most undernourished patient they had ever seen, and that they were surprised that he had made it out of that hospital alive. Well, he wouldn't have if it weren't for his wife Anne, Stu Peters, attorney Thomas Renz, and hundreds of thousands of people who let the hospital know the world was watching. The doctors in Texas did everything they could to save Scott, but on January 22, he died due to the injuries he had endured in the hands of the doctors of that Mercy Hospital in Minnesota. In spite of the tragedy at the end, which is absolutely heartbreaking, the good thing is that people started to see the power of their voice. And this is absolutely crucial to understand. You see, there are basically 3 types of people during a war. There are those who don't even realize they're in a war. There are those who do realize but look the other way, simply because they are afraid for their own skin. They call themselves awake, but they don't stand up for others. This is always the biggest group. Think about World War II, when most people looked away when the Jews were deported and murdered. Then there are those who fight. Not with guns in this war, but with action. That's the group we're looking for, hoping to connect so we can fight together, so we can make a change. Ann Quiner contacted warrior Stu Peters, who asked his warrior viewers to act and call the hospital. They did, in great numbers, and the doctors got scared. They knew they were being watched. They knew they will, one day, be held accountable for crimes against humanity. Scott was set free. He didn't make it, but at least he died in the arms of his loved ones, who know for a fact they tried everything they possibly could to save him. It is time people start to realize just how powerful they are. When you, the 99%, get together, when you get organized in groups of active warriors, there is nothing that can stop you. No corrupt hospital can stand the pressure of thousands of people calling them, letting them know they are being monitored, that the world knows about their hideous crimes against humanity. Do you really think those doctors will sleep at night from that moment on? Do you really think they will remain true to their holy protocols? We don't think so. So, what can you do when your loved one is hospitalized for whatever reason? First and foremost, refuse to talk to interns, residents, or anyone who doesn't know everything there is to know. Then tell the doctors you know about the false positives. Refuse a nose swab at all times. If it truly cannot be avoided, demand a cotton swab, not a fiber swab. Demand the swab to be performed in the mouth, not deep inside the nose. Then demand no more PCR cycles than 20. Demand it in writing. Your loved one will be tested negative. If the doctors claim the outcome was positive, demand to see the documents. Then, if there's surgery involved, your loved one might be put on a ventilator, which is normal. But when the surgery is over, demand face up. Being on a vent face down damages the lungs. Then, check the IV non-stop and take pictures of whatever is being administered. Do not allow remdesivir, midazolam, and/or Regencov. Morphine should be sufficient to ease the pain. If instead they administer fentanyl or even sufentanil, ask the doctors why. Why on earth administer a painkiller 80 to 500 times as powerful as morphine? Demand they remove it from the IV. What helps is when you know your medical jargon. Therefore, watch our episodes about money and murder in hospitals several times and take notes. If the doctor asks you for permission to administer Regenkov and you say no, just no, that will trigger a discussion. But if instead you say, no, why on earth would you apply post-exposure prophylaxis therapy? That will shut the doctors up, we promise you. You might even add, are you aware of the fact that Regenkov is an experimental drug? Do you even know you are not to administer it when a patient is already in the hospital? What is going on here? From that moment on, those doctors will be extra careful. We guarantee it. If the doctors still dare try and overrule you, tell them bluntly you know about the COVID incentives they receive. Tell them you are watching them, and so is the world via social media. Be strong, be vigilant, be a warrior. Remind them of their oath of Hippocrates to save lives, not cause harm. If they refuse to listen, film everything and use every social media outlet you know to get as many other warriors out there to call that hospital, that doctor, that nurse. Let them know they will never beat the 99%. You see, if everyone did this, not just for those he loves, but also for strangers in need, there would be no problem. There would be no money and murder capstone in hospitals. Therefore, act. Do organized protests help? We have our doubts. If that really worked, don't you think the French yellow vests, the most resilient of them all, would have been able to get rid of Macron? Don't you think Occupy would have worked? The problem with these mass events is that they are always infiltrated by the cabal. Always. This causes internal conflict, different opinions about what to do next. Divide and conquer. Eventually, all of these events, no matter how great, always blow out like a candle in the night. All the cabal has to do is wait, probably with a big grin. Every now and then, they push some paid actors forward who cause mayhem amongst the peaceful protesters, which is then shown on telly by the mainstream media. Please do not ever forget, organized protests are fully welcomed by the cabal, as they are part of the Protocols of Zion. See Part 4 of this sequel. Neither do we believe signing petitions has any effect. How many did you sign in the past? Did any of them have any effect at all? Sure, when enough signatures are collected, your government might be obliged to discuss the subject. But knowing your government is filled to the brim with cabal puppets, do you really believe that will change anything? There is no such thing as a democracy anymore. Please wake up and realize that to the fullest. We are being played. Do you remember our farce? It sounded good, didn't it? We were shocked too upon discovering they were set up and paid for by the cabal. All petitions do is collect your name and email address in a database that can and will be used against you when the time has come. As for the Netherlands, thanks to the D66, we lost our right to have referendums, remember? So, Do you really still believe in the power of your signature? What do we believe in? Organised action, as shown in the case of Scott Quiner. Write emails and letters, make phone calls, drive them insane. That is not part of the protocols of Zion. Now, this kind of organised action can be deployed in endless scenarios. We highly recommend you use the Amnesty International Protocol, which has proven to be most effective. Pressure by the 99% always works. At this moment in time, take a look at protocolkills.com, a great and inspiring initiative of civilians. As Amnesty International seems nowhere to be found right now, most certainly not in the Netherlands, where they are badly needed, we'll have to take matters into our own hands, just like Protocol Kills is doing. Study their approach, then organize a group of active people around you and make a list of your priorities. Which cases are most important to interfere with right now? For instance, 5G masts in your neighborhood, on the rooftops of hospitals, schools, water reservoirs and homes for the elderly. Or how about censorship by social media platforms and deliberate disinformation by the mainstream media? And a very important one, the imprisonment of civilians who criticize government policy. We once thought this only happened in countries like China, but it's happening everywhere in Europe right now. What to do next? Write or call your government or your local government or the embassy or the mainstream media, depending on the case. Tell them about their case on your list. Make clear that you know that the world is watching their every move, that the people no longer accept this, that you do not comply, that you hold them accountable for any physical, mental and/or emotional injuries as a result of their action. Don't threaten anybody, just state it as a matter of fact. How to deal with censorship by social media? Delete your account and ask everybody in your network to do the same. If only people could rise above their precious amount of likes and followers, those platforms would collapse. No users, no profits, no happy CEOs, and thus no future. The censorship will then destroy them, not you. When thousands of people do this, it will have effect. Remember, the 1% truly fears the power of the 99%. We'll give you one more example. New York's Governor, Andrew Cuomo. Write him a letter about his executive order making HCQ illegal. Name the executive order's number. Let him know you know your stuff. And don't forget to add that by making hydroxychloroquine illegal, he made himself guilty of genocide. You see, there are more than 50 scientific studies proving the highly beneficial effects of HCQ on viruses and other pathogens. But Cuomo lied and denied this fact. Instead of allowing citizens to choose their own way to cure themselves of our highly overrated COVID-19, instead of allowing doctors to prescribe HCQ to their patients, he made it illegal. This was a crime in and of itself. HCQ has amply proven to kill pathogens successfully and quickly. It was originally the cure for malaria. By making it illegal, this cure was criminalized and banned. Why? Because of two reasons. One, simply because Big Pharma makes billions on vaccines and only a few bucks on HCQ. We know by now who has total control over politicians when it comes to pharmaceuticals. Two, vaccinations cannot be made mandatory if an alternative cure exists. Let me wait a few seconds so you can read that again. Since that alternative cure had been there from the start, they had to make it illegal. That was the only way to push their agenda of mandatory vaccinations into effect. Remember this. Anyone pushing the mandatory vaccination narrative is guilty of crimes against humanity. What Cuomo and many other cabal puppets across the world did was highly illegal. They made themselves guilty of the death of countless innocent people, both by denying them the right to be treated with HCQ and as a result of the medical experiment called the COVID-19 vaccine. The amount of people who have died of vaccinations has risen with approximately 5,000% compared to previous years, more about which in an upcoming episode. These people didn't have to die. Tell Cuomo or his colleague in your state, in your country, all of the above. Tell him that in the near future he will be held accountable for his crimes against humanity in a court of law, because the 99% no longer obey. Oh, and you know what happened in the Netherlands? On March 26, 2020, the Dutch Minister of Health, Welfare and Sport, Hugo de Jonge, officially put a ban on HCQ. Doctors and apothecaries were no longer to prescribe it for treating COVID-19. But 1 week later, he gave orders to import large amounts of HCQ from India. Why? He knew damn well they weren't going to use it on the citizens. We found it highly suspicious, so we looked for the RIVM's advice. But all we could find on their website about the use of HCQ is, well, nothing. De Jonge had said it was not for politicians to advise about the use of medication, which we fully agree with. Unfortunately, he lied. According to WOB documents, he did interfere, and he wasn't the only politician. They were the ones who made sure that the cure for COVID-19 was made illegal, so they could eventually push the vaccines down the throats of the Dutch citizens. We think just about everybody knows by now that our cabal puppets in The Hague are very, very corrupt. Take Ab Osterhaus, virologist and alleged independent advisor to the government. He was caught on video celebrating the first case of swine flu in the Netherlands. Why was that a reason to celebrate? Because he had so many shares in the vaccine producers that he made millions and millions of euros in only a matter of weeks.
Net na 12 uur gisteravond heeft VWS een order geplaatst voor 34 miljoen doses. Succes.
Independent advisor, right. Was he prosecuted? Of course not. He is still there, doing his criminal thing. Oh, and then there was the face mask scandal, starring Hugo de Jonge. He gave the order to fabricate 40 million useless and toxic masks to his friend Sievert van Linden, owner of Hulptroepen Foundation and Relief Goods Alliance, for the staggering amount of 100.8 million euros. The RIVM advised against the deal, as they had analyzed the face masks and had found a high level of graphene oxide and other nanoparticles which are dangerous to inhale. Still, the deal between the ministry and van Linden went ahead. The fact that the purchase of protective materials wasn't even part of Minister de Jonge's portfolio makes this case even more suspicious. The deal made van Linden and his two business partners multi-millionaires. And no doubt, Minister de Jonge got his fair share of the deal. The masks were never used because of their poor, even dangerous quality. Now the good news is that as I speak these words into my editing program, a criminal investigation is held into this face mask scandal. As millions of euros were funneled from the foundation to the BV, the Dutch version of a limited liability company, and subsequently to the private bank accounts of the 3 CEOs, which is a criminal offence, and as they repeatedly lied in interviews about giving the masks away for free, the 3 are now being investigated for fraud, embezzlement and money laundering. We wonder how much longer before they all get what they deserve. And we mean all parties involved. Not very long, we suspect. Film rights about this subject have already been sold. Things are speeding up concerning the fall of the Cabal. Once again, as I speak these words into my editing program, the Georgia Guidestones have been blown to pieces only a few hours ago. The rest of the evil monument was demolished straight away. By whom? Take a wild guess, my friends. As this was a paramount and most sacred object for the Cabal, we don't think it was them who did it. Let's put it that way. Right, back to our storyline of planned mandatory vaccinations and thus the illegalization of HCQ. The same happened, by the way, with ivermectin, a parasite killer just like HCQ. In the Netherlands and other countries, many doctors prescribed it to patients with flu symptoms, as it had turned out to be a very effective cure. But all of a sudden it was made illegal. It was ridiculed by the mainstream media as just a horse dewormer promoted by extreme right conspiracy idiots. Those doctors who kept on prescribing ivermectin and HCQ were intimidated by public health inspectors and threatened with immense fines, up to 150,000 euros. Those who pursued were criminalized, both by the inspection and by the mainstream media, who deliberately spread lies about them, trying to break them and set an example to intimidate other doctors. Some lost their medical license or practice, others were fired. Thank God there are always some heroes who do not break and who do not give up their integrity and their oath to Hippocrates. The people who ordered ivermectin abroad received a letter from Dutch Royal Mail stating that customs had intercepted their package and had confiscated the ivermectin. People were shocked and appalled. How dare they interfere with their body, their choice? Unfortunately, being shocked and appalled doesn't change anything these days. The only thing that works is action. So, is there anything else you can say when confronted with mandatory vaccinations? These so-called vaccines are a medical experiment. Even though this is fiercely denied by fact-checkers, they are all still in that experimental stage. Yes, they may have been approved by the FDA to be deployed during a medical emergency, but that does not change the fact that they are still a medical experiment. Medical experiments should never be made mandatory. Never. Ask whoever is pushing the mandatory jab, whether it's the government, your family doctor, or your employer, if they remember World War II and the medical experiments the Nazi doctors performed on the Jewish people. This is why the Nuremberg Code was set up in 1947, so that these monstrosities would never happen again. Ask them if they know that these experimental vaccines are in violation of all the 10 articles of the Nuremberg Code that carry the death penalty. Ask them if they know that the experimental vaccines are in violation of Article 32 of the 4th Geneva Convention. Medical or scientific experiments not necessitated by the medical treatment of a protected person are prohibited. In other words, everyone who pushes mandatory jabs will go down for crimes against humanity and may be sentenced to death, depending on the country or state they reside. Let that sink in. So, get organized. Be the 99%. Be the warrior this war needs. Spread this information far and wide. Step up for those in need. Be the third group in every war. Those who are awake and have the guts to fight. Not only for your own rights and for those of your children, but also for total strangers.
They say they have a right to take you to some facility and to test you and to medicate you against your freaking will. Are you free? No! So let's not lie to the children and tell them about freedom, because your freedom is being infringed as we are standing here, and you need to be made aware of it. Mainstream media is not going to make you aware of it. You need to do your own research.
Be the resistance. Not with guillotines, not with threats, but with a set of completely different weapons. By getting organized, by letting your voice be heard, by using uncensored social media to reach as many people as possible, and the best weapon of all, by spreading knowledge and information. Use the knowledge we give to you in these documentaries. Only then can we take down the cabal. One's all-powerful and mighty, now in panic mode and crumbling. How about we wrap this whole COVID scam up in the next episode, so we can continue with our original story about the cabal, their origins, their brilliant insanity, and their deliberate history falsification, so we, the people, would never know. Follow me to part 25. Do you remember our 4 episodes about the depopulation agenda? Well, multiply that by 10, and what you get is the COVID pandemic. Planned years in advance and worked out to the smallest details. As always, the Cabal warned us years in advance. They seem to believe this wards off karma. Let's be honest, everything they do is always in our face. Here are a few COVID-related examples. Cabal Pit Hollywood gave us 7 movies and series, showing us some terrifying scenarios of killer viruses outbreaks. Bill Gates produced and co-financed one of his own, Pandemic, How to Prevent an Outbreak, about the possibility of a killer flu virus outbreak and the development of a universal vaccine. Excellent timing, Bill. Produced long before the COVID-19 outbreak. All 6 episodes were released on January 22, 2020. Then there were 2 simulations of a coronavirus outbreak, one in Wuhan, China, of all places, focused on the role of customs to respond accurately to incoming bioweapon attacks, and one in New York, focused on the importance of communication during a coronavirus outbreak, financed by Bill Gates. Do you remember the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games in London 2012? Why on earth show dancing nurses and doctors? Children in hospital beds. Scary demons spreading like a virus. Zombie-like healthcare workers. Terrified children. Death. Why show the NHS? Why all the subliminal messages during the closing ceremony about anger, death, rage, and the end of the world? Can anybody please explain to us what any of this has to do with sports? With the Olympic Games? Who could have known back then that their so-called artistic show was actually an appalling glimpse into our future? We can never say we didn't know. We were warned all along, just like they've already warned us about the next outbreak.
You know, we'll have to prepare for the next one. That, you know, I'd say is will get attention this time.
Basically, the so-called COVID-19 pandemic was a huge global behavioral experiment, the biggest ever performed in the history of mankind. It was a test to see if we, the people, were ready to be enslaved. The Cabal used a variety of torture methods, as described in the Amnesty International report on torture, but hardly anybody even realized they were being tortured. What methods were used? All of them. All 8 methods to make the people submit, to break them. The breaking of their will is intended to destroy their humanity. Here we go. Number 1. Isolation. Not just of individuals, but also of groups of people. Why? In order to make people feel lonely, to deprive them of social support, and to make people dependent on their oppressor. Number 2. Monopolization of perception. In other words, the oppressor fully decides how you perceive or experience reality. For instance, By abolishing information that contradicts the official narrative. By punishing any form of resistance or independence. By putting blame on people. Why? In order to brainwash people into thinking there is an immediate threat, to frustrate all actions that could lead to disobedience, and to make people believe they are at fault. Number 3. Induce debilitation and exhaustion. In other words, to make you weak. For instance, by sleep deprivation due to fear or anxiety. By withholding essential items like food and medicine. And by constant questioning. Why? When people are mentally and physically weakened, they will lack the strength to resist. Number 4. Threats. Threats about people getting killed. Their families. Their pets. Threats to separate families. Threats of endless isolation. Threats of becoming outcasts. Non-citizens. Why? To create anxiety and despair. Number 5. Occasional indulgences. Think occasional favors, promises, and rewards for compliance. Why? To motivate people to comply. Number 6. Demonstrating omnipotence. By means of confrontation, physical assaults, by demonstrating complete control over people's fate. And by treating people like servants. Why? To create fear and submission, and to suggest resistance is futile.
Now we need to go to community by community, neighborhood by neighborhood, and oftentimes door to door.
Dat doen we wijk voor wijk, deur voor deur, arm voor arm.
These teams are not just knocking on doors anymore. They're actually carrying eskies and vaccinating at the door.
They're seeing how many people in that household and they're vaccinating everyone who's eligible in that home while they knock on that door.
Are you going to be going suburb to suburb, street to street, door to door, knocking on these and actively looking for people who are in the wrong house and finding them on the spot?
Yeah, look, absolutely.
Number 7. Degradation. By putting people down, by verbally abusing, humiliating and shaming people in public, by demeaning punishments, and by denial of privacy.
Put your mask on.
Get away from me.
Put it on.
Freedom. Stop it.
Whoa, whoa.
Why? To destroy people's self-esteem, to make the cost of resistance more damaging to people's self-esteem than compliance. Number 8. Enforcing trivial demands. By playing mind games. By punishing obedient people for being disobedient. And by continuously changing the rules without clear communication. Why? In order to confuse people, to create anxiety, and to make them submit completely.
Warum haben manchmal die Gaststätten um 22 Uhr schließen müssen? Ist denn das Virus erst nach 22 Uhr ansteckend und so? Ja? Also vollkommen irrsinnige und widersprüchliche Maßnahmen. Der Wahnsinn ist eigentlich, dass sich dahinter Methode versteckt. Ja? Das ist nämlich eine Foltermethode, die Leute total zu verwirren, in Unsicherheit zu stürzen, völlig im Ungewissen zu lassen, auch die gesamte Lebensführung zu stören. Niemand von uns kann ja noch planen oder eine normale Lebensführung gestalten. Und da habe ich also sehr viel Material drüber gefunden, über diese Methode, die interessanterweise in China entwickelt wurde. Also die Amerikaner haben das an Kriegsgefangenen festgestellt aus Korea, die dort von Chinesen befragt worden waren, dass diese Kriegsgefangenen also permanent mit widersprüchlichen Maßnahmen behelligt wurden und dass sie sich nie sicher fühlen konnten, ob sie jetzt alles richtig machen oder nicht. Ja? Und dass es auch manchmal sogenannte Lockerungen gab, die gehören auch zu diesem Spiel, weil man sich dann also nicht so sehr an diese ganzen Maßnahmen gewöhnt, damit die noch wirken, damit man nicht abstumpft sozusagen. Ja, und dann werden die Zügel wieder angezogen. Also was Söder hier macht oder Merkel oder diese Leute, das ist kein Zufall, sondern das ist, sie versuchen einfach die Psyche der Menschen zu zerstören, aus meiner Sicht.
What else should you know about torture? Torture is meant to create stress. Any event that threatens to change the stability of people's well-being, environmental, physical, mental or emotional, is stressful. Why is this important? Because this is precisely what our governments and so-called health institutions have been inflicting systematically upon humanity. Stress. Stress not only affects your immune system, making you extra vulnerable to diseases, it also generates anxiety, which triggers the inability to think straight, to remain calm, logical, and rational. That's why people stopped seeing how insane the COVID rules and regulations truly were. You cannot blame them. Please stop calling them sheep, for truly they are victims of torture. They have been suppressed, humiliated, brainwashed and broken. When acute stress becomes chronic stress by the intentional systematic weakening of people, people develop feelings of pessimism and depression. But when people who are in a state of chronic stress and anxiety suddenly are exposed to acute stress, for instance, the unexpected positive outcome of a test resulting in mandatory quarantine, something strange happens. Chronic stress plus acute stress causes a condition of total denial. Those people will appear to switch off all awareness. They will look bland and untroubled, as if the mind, being too overstimulated, blew a fuse. They will completely give up, give in, comply. So yes, this is true. It wasn't the virus that destroyed the economy. It was you complying with tyranny. But can we blame them, now that we know they had been systematically tortured for a long period of time, and they just acted like most people under those circumstances would do? This is why people comply to the most insane rules. And even when you pointed this out to them, they would look at you like you were from another planet. In Spain, people were forced to wear a mask outdoors, but not in the Netherlands, where for some mysterious reason, the virus never left the house. At least not until months later, and only in certain places. A hairdresser was allowed to go to a physiotherapist, but the physiotherapist was not allowed to go to the hairdresser. Our torturers, the governments, had confused people to the point that their minds had blown a fuse. Therefore, they complied. As soon as the media shouted off the rooftops that borders had been closed, people stopped traveling. True, at the beginning and in some countries, enforcements were strict. But after a while, upon learning that we, the people, complied beautifully in this great behavioral experiment, enforcements were no longer necessary. In the Netherlands, there were never any check-up points. Not even at the beginning. People stopped traveling, just like that. They didn't even try anymore. We did try, time and again. We drove from the Netherlands to Germany and Belgium and back again. No problem at all. It was just a narrative. It was a lie. At the time of curfews in every European country, we left the Netherlands for good, and we drove all the way through Belgium, France, and Spain. We drove in the middle of the night on empty highways. There were no check-up points. Not at the borders, nor at the toll gates. It was all a lie. The police didn't have to do anything, because the people obeyed the rules, no matter how insane. It seemed to be crystal clear to people that curfews were highly efficient when it comes to restraining a killer virus. In the Netherlands, at 9 p.m. sharp, for some reason the virus became super aggressive, so everybody had to stay indoors. Safe at 1 minute to 9, in mortal danger at 9 sharp. Except, of course, when you live just across the border in Belgium. There you were safe until midnight. COVID-19 was not to be underestimated. It was highly intelligent and could obviously tell time. Not only that, it understood and acknowledged country borders. And it seemed to like alcohol. And so, the sales of wine, beer and spirits was only allowed until 8 p.m. sharp. God knows why. We asked countless shop owners and police officers if they understood the logic behind these new rules, but no one could. All we heard was, "It's the law." When we pointed out that the genocide on the Jewish people in World War II was lawful too, and so not all laws are good, people got angry. Together we can beat COVID-19. The slogan was to become the new Heil Hitler. But most people didn't see it, as a result of continuously being tortured into obedience by their suppressors. Why do some people respond differently? Why can they handle continuous stress better than others, so they do not comply no matter what? People are wired differently. Some have experienced grave physical or emotional pain in their lives, which makes them not easily impressed. They simply do not experience the COVID torture as particularly stressful, as they've had worse. Others are more mentally focused than emotionally. They will see through the lies and threats more easily than others, and therefore they will not experience anxiety to the extent most people do. And then, of course, there are those who live off the grid, in remote areas. People who do not watch TV and who do not read mainstream newspapers. Those people, too, are difficult to brainwash. Most people had no idea they were being tortured. After all, there wasn't any waterboarding or the cutting off of fingers, right? True. But it was still torture by definition. And as we know by now, most people complied. The ones who did not comply were corrected by the obedient ones. They were ridiculed, shamed and blamed, and turned into outcasts. The mainstream media spread lie after lie after lie. Photos from one hospital were used for other places, other countries. Crisis actors were deployed, as shown in part 21.
I got the vaccine, I probably wouldn't be in this mess, so yeah, get the vaccine.
Entire crisis scenarios were staged to deceive the people and spark their fear. COVID-19 was not a killer virus. It was a fraud. the mainstream media was the virus. Without its help, it would never have worked. It simply got to the point where people had been successfully tortured and brainwashed. Taken over, so to speak. When the CDC finally admitted the nose swabs had been used for genomic sequencing, it was too late. When the German health minister stated the COVID restrictions for the unvaccinated had been based on a software error, it was too late. When a German hospital director took his own life because he couldn't live with the lies anymore, it was too late. It didn't matter anymore that Moderna openly admitted people were being vaccinated with an operating system. Nor that Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson and AstraZeneca all had criminal histories. It didn't seem to matter anymore that both Moderna and Johnson & Johnson had no past track records making vaccines. Nobody seemed to be listening when scientific evidence was presented that all the so-called vaccines contained HIV. And that many vaccinated people suddenly had become magnetic. Where was the outrage when the official numbers showed us that more people had died from the COVID jab in the first 3 months of 2021 than of all vaccines of the past 30 years combined? There was no outrage, except of course amongst the dissidents. Nobody else seemed to notice or care about the countless scandals. Moderna knew about hundreds of thousands of injuries as a result of their product, but kept their mouths shut. Pfizer paid the US Department of Treasury $2.9 million to, well, probably to make sure that their vaccine safety data would be kept a secret by the FDA for 75 years. We're talking thousands of pages of documents the FDA relied on to license the Pfizer vaccine. The FDA simply refused to share them with the public. Nobody seemed to notice when, in yet another court case, in which a federal judge ruled the FDA got 8 months instead of 75 years to make Pfizer's vaccine safety data available to the public, that Pfizer frantically tried to intervene and changed the outcome. When Pfizer finally released a list of adverse reactions to their monstrosity of a product, it contained 1,291 illnesses, many of which severe, even lethal. But where was the outrage? People have been tortured and brainwashed to the point of lining up for yet another shot and a booster. The ingredient list of the Johnson & Johnson jab turned out to be huge and, well, blank. Still, people held out their arms. Voluntarily, yes, but not with informed consent. Nobody was ever informed. When EU Parliament members demanded to see the official contract between the vaccine-producing companies and the EU, all they got was censorship.
We have all this treated, as my colleague said, that no medical treatment should be imposed on you unless you decide about it freely and under informed consent. Ask your own government, were you properly informed about what is going on? We demanded full access to the contracts signed between these companies that produce the vaccines and the European Union. And I will just show you the pages. These are the pages. You see? So this is the fundamental principle, right, of democracy. I'm asking you guys, is this transparency? Do you see anything? Because we don't.
Nobody seemed to find it strange that people of importance, royal families, diplomats, heads of state, and highly placed politicians were exempt from face masks, nose swabs, PCR tests, and vaccinations. Oh, some of them did play along in front of the cameras, but all you had to do was zoom in to see it was all fake. It didn't matter anymore. It was too late. When people started dying of the jab, not one insurance company paid compensation. They simply stated that when you hold out your arm to receive the jab, knowing it's an experimental one, after all, you could have known the dangers if only you had done your homework, it made your death a suicide by definition. The court recognizes the classification of the insurer who, in view of the announced side effects, including death, legally regards participation in the Phase 3 experiment, whose proven harmlessness is not given, as voluntarily taking a fatal risk that is not covered by the contract and legally recognized as suicide. The producers of the jabs could not be held accountable. They were exempt by law. The people had been paralyzed by constant fear and constant stress. They could not hear the truth anymore when top physicians and ex-CEOs of big pharma companies stepped forward and blew the lid off the various missing cases fraud. When they explained that only 1% of adverse reactions or deaths were being reported. When more and more severe cases of fraud were exposed. When the real efficacy of the jabs turned out to be only 1%, as our bribed specialists had concealed the difference between absolute risk reduction and relative risk reduction, meaning one still has a 99% chance of catching COVID after being vaccinated, so why bother at all? And please let's not forget, we're talking a 1% risk reduction for a virus with an overall survival rate of 99.86%. When the dissidents showed the people that the definition of vaccine had been quietly changed in order to make bioweapons look like vaccines. When certified scientists showed the presence of Morgellons, of unknown nanoparticles, and of graphene oxide that turns you into a superconductor for electromagnetic frequencies, which basically means that you become a product. And a great big antenna for any kind of dangerous radiation, it was too late. When all the prominent virologists bluntly stated they were convinced everybody who took the jab would die between now and 2 to 3 years max. as they explained in layman's terms about antibody-dependent enhancement and the fact that your body will no longer recognize foreign invaders like other viruses, destroying your own immune system so that it will eventually attack you and kill you, it was too late. This deliberate design torture program had turned out to be a massive success. Do you want to know what happened next? Then follow me to part 26. The Cabal's torture strategy had worked brilliantly. People had become lethargic. Many had altered personalities according to their loved ones. Others had turned into zombies. Was that what the CDC had warned us about on their website? The zombie apocalypse? People simply didn't hear the warnings. They couldn't see right from wrong anymore. They were in a state of brain fog and confusion, in which the sudden insane amount of cases of thrombosis, pulmonary embolisms, strokes, and serious heart problems simply went by unnoticed. Top sportsmen had acute heart failure and dropped to the ground. News anchors collapsed live on TV.
Mes compagnons qui j'aime et qui j'aime, c'est des Cayennes et c'est des Percherons. Me disent chansons qu'ils ne sont pas certains, con que versonen oi cœur vos.
Doctors and nurses died by the dozens. Pilots got unwell in mid-air due to blood clots. Planes came crashing down from the sky.
savent bien, mi homme et mi baron, anglois, normand, poitevin et gascon.
On November 7th, I was mandated to receive a vaccine. Quite literally, I was told if I did not receive the vaccination, I would be fired. This was from our director of flight. So, under duress, I received the vaccine. Now, just a few days ago, after landing in Dallas, 6 minutes after we landed, I passed out. I coded. I required 3 shocks. I needed to be intubated. I'm now in the ICU in Dallas. This is what the vaccine has done for me. I will probably never fly again. I was hoping to teach my daughter to fly. She wants to be a pilot. That will probably never happen. All courtesy of the vaccine. This is unacceptable, and I am one of the victims. You can see that this is the actual result of the vaccine for some of us. Mandatory, no questions asked, get the shot or you're fired. This is not the American way.
There is a big elephant in the cockpit now, and that is the risk that has been induced by allowing these vaccinations into crew. They have a rule that they have broken across the country with every pilot that's flying who is vaccinated. And that rule is that no air crew member is allowed to fly with a drug in their system that is less than 12 months from approval date. Now, we well know that the COVID-19 novel injections are under an emergency use authorization in the United States, so they are not approved. And the reason that they allow a 1-year time frame from approval is so that they can see if there's any effects on passengers in the cabin from reduced atmospheric conditions at altitude. So it's an important step that they have completely ignored, and they have violated their own regulations.
The amount of miscarriages increased dramatically. People suddenly started emitting electromagnetic frequencies and radioactivity.
Wow, you're now a transmitter.
Coroners were shocked and horrified by the amount of children brought in after getting the jab.
There are more babies dying now than ever, and the only thing they have in common is their mums were vaccinated.
They showed nauseating footage of massive blood clots and destroyed veins and arteries.
This is not normal. The big one came out of the vein. The small one came out of the iliac artery itself.
But all the people heard was the ever-repeating slogan, "The COVID vaccines are safe and effective. Don't worry. All of the above never happened. It was just disinformation spread by conspiracy theorists, by doctors, virologists, Nobel Prize winners, even by the inventor of mRNA vaccines. They are all spreading disinformation. The COVID vaccines are safe and effective. Why all those sudden deaths? Well, Many people die nowadays of a new disease called SADS, Sudden Adult Death Syndrome. We know it hardly existed before the vaccination started, but it is not the result of them. The COVID vaccines are safe and effective. Here are some official explanations of the countless heart attacks.
There once was a ship that put to sea, and the name of the ship was the Belly of Tea. The winds blew hard, her bow dipped down, oh blow me bully boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She had not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side, harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed, and the captain's mind was not on greed, but he belonged to the whaleman's creed. She took that ship in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
Let's be honest, all of these warnings are insane. Hot weather, cold weather, having sex, drinking tea. Seriously? Why didn't that kill us before? But what would you do if you were handing out poison jabs and people started dropping like flies? Wouldn't you deploy your media outlets to spread these kinds of warnings? Hoping people would continue believing your narrative? Desperately hoping that if you repeat the lie often enough, you'll get away with it? And let's hand it to them. The COVID pandemic was a massive success. Apart from some dissidents, the people were ready and seemed even happy to be enslaved. They were ready for the next level. Just like it read on the official website of the World Economic Forum, COVID-19 was the test of social responsibility. A huge number of unimaginable restrictions for public health were adopted by billions of citizens across the world. There were numerous examples globally of maintaining social distancing, wearing masks, mass vaccinations, and acceptance of contact tracing applications for public health, which demonstrated the core of individual social responsibility. And the dissidents? They were ridiculed, humiliated, fined, silenced, forbidden to leave their country, beaten up, arrested, and thrown in jail. Oh, don't worry, it's all legal, as we actually have a European law enabling the police to shoot and kill protesters. The cabal had thought of everything. We will not go deeply into the so-called vaccines. Research is still going on at this moment in time, and there are some excellent websites where you can follow both the research and the horrifying discoveries. We can wrap it up quite easily. innocent people around the world were injected with a deadly poison. Some died straight away, or within a few weeks. Others were crippled with sudden neurological disorders. The majority would die eventually due to blood clots.
Okay. Oh my God.
Due to vaccine-induced cancer, or the self-assembling qualities of graphene oxide, turning the vaccinated into walking antennas, great big receivers of 5G and other frequencies.
Nos ha llamado mucho la atención un ciclista que lo graba una cámara cómo fallece de forma fulminante, se muere como si lo hubieran disparado, pero es que justo en el momento que cae de la bicicleta se observa una interferencia en la cámara, como si hubiera recibido un pulso electromagnético. Se nos pone, fíjate, se para justo allí en la farola, ahí está un segundito, fíjate cuando falla la cámara y justo en el momento coincide con la fulminación. Ahí, hay un fallo, ¿te has dado cuenta? Y sí, cae repentino.
Esta es la prueba, porque ya no es una cuestión de que el tío se cae fulminado por algo interno a él, sino que hay un desencadenante externo que queda grabado en el registro de la cámara. El pulso que ha hecho esa interferencia en la cámara ha hecho una interferencia en el ritmo cardíaco. Esa imagen es buenísima. Es la primera prueba, vamos a decir, de que hay una causa que pudiera estar desencadenando desde el exterior las famosas repentinitis.
차례가 많은데.
Hay 4 picos estañados en 4 formas perfectamente cuadrangulares y rectangulares y circuitería dentro. Son componentes electrónicos. Aquí hay otra esquina perfectamente artificial. Esto es microtecnología, probablemente microrouter. Se está introduciendo microtecnología dentro de nuestros familiares, dentro de personas que han sido totalmente engañadas. ¿Cómo no van a originar trombos? ¿Cómo no van a originar todo tipo de infartos y enfermedades cardiovasculares? ¿Cómo esto no va a generar arritmias? Les pido a toda la comunidad médica inmediatamente que acaben con este genocidio encubierto. No podemos permitir ni un segundo más que esta gente coloque una inyección más, y especialmente a nuestros hijos. Hago desde aquí un llamamiento a todos los jueces y magistrados del país, de nuestro país. O hacen algo inmediatamente con esto, o vamos directamente a los juzgados y los ponemos patas arriba a todos. Y vamos como tengamos que ir, porque esto ya no se puede consentir. O ustedes cogen el informe Campra que demostraba todo esto y más, o tomamos otro tipo de consecuencias, porque esto ya no se puede consentir de ninguna forma. Que me llamen a declarar. Vuelvo a repetir, Ricardo Delgado Martín con DNI 79202099 de Navarra. Se ofrece ante cualquier fiscal, magistrado o juez de nuestro país y de cualquier otra parte del mundo a demostrar lo que hay dentro de las vacunas. Esto es un auténtico genocidio. Un crimen contra toda la humanidad que no se puede permitir.
The rest of the vaccinated would eventually be killed by their own reprogrammed immune system. And the unvaccinated? They too would get a portion of the above due to a phenomenon called shedding. Shedding means that the vaccinated pass the harmful graphene onto the unvaccinated, either by physical contact or through the air when in close proximity. That's why unvaccinated children of Jap parents also have anomalies in their blood cells. Oh, and make no mistake. Just in case you are unvaxxed and you believe that these are just tiny amounts that can cause no harm, you're mistaken. Graphene is everywhere. In chemtrails raining down on you. In painkillers. Sanitary products.
That is made with a strip infused with Nobel Prize-winning material, graphene.
In clothing, in food packaging, and in medicine. And once it's in your body, even the smallest quantities will self-assemble into bigger and bigger strands under the influence of electromagnetic frequencies. Nobody remains unaffected. We should have known all along, as Hollywood warned us years in advance, as always. Like we said, research about the poisonous jab and their horrific effects is still being conducted full speed. Right now, we don't know what causes these attacks. We don't know why black-eyed babies are born from vaccinated parents. We don't know what on earth enables some newborns to hold up their head only hours after birth. To be born with 1 or 2 teeth. To walk only weeks or just a few months after that. And for some to have quite adult faces. Time will tell what we are truly dealing with here. Prince Philip once said, "In the event that I am reincarnated, I would like to return as a deadly virus in order to contribute something to solve overpopulation." But the Cabal never needed a deadly virus. They just needed basic psychology, some torture methods, and a bioweapon brought to you as a vaccine.
My career, my financial life, my reputation, almost my family, everything, just to sit here and tell you what I'm telling. Dr. Luc Montagnier, who won the Nobel Prize in Medicine for the discovery of HIV, said that this is the biggest risk to humanity and the biggest risk of genocide in the history of humanity. We follow the advice of some of the quote-unquote global leaders, let's say, like Bill Gates said last year, 7 billion people need to be vaccinated. The death rate will be over 2 billion people. So wake up. This is World War III. This is a level of malfeasance and malevolence that we have not seen probably in the history of humanity.
Tenders have been released in which governments offer contracts to companies who can supply millions of body bags. Let's take a look at Norway, shall we? Pretty alarming after all, right? And this is a similar tender for the UK. In other words, governments are getting ready to handle millions and millions of corpses. And guess what? The body bags are only used to get the dead from one place to the next. Do you want to know what happens next? Ever heard of the liquefying bill? Governments have come up with the most sustainable way to quickly get rid of the dead, by using alkaline hydrolysis. Within 2 to 3 hours, the dead will be turned into bone fragments that are pulverized, plus a liquid byproduct called effluent, in layman's terms referred to as biosludge. This can be spread over farmland as a fertilizer, or it can simply be wastewater for sewage treatment systems. And the next step? You can safely drink it as tap water. Even though it's a fertilizer, it's clean and neutral, according to experts. It's not as if you're drinking your grandmother. After years of research, we believe the Cabal seriously intends to kill billions of innocent people. They set it in stone and presented it to the people like Moses presented God's laws to his people. The Cabal is playing God. They believe they have the God-given right to punish disobedient people and to spare the obedient ones. And right now, they are taking it to the next level, trying to outsmart and surpass God. Do you want to know what that looks like? Then follow me to part 27. There's only just one mechanism the Cabal can deploy in order to control the masses: fear. People who are scared cannot think clearly anymore. They tend to freeze and reach out for others to save them and take away the fear. Others like the government or so-called experts. People turn to us for hope, so we have noticed. They even get angry with us when we don't offer hope on a silver platter. Truth is, it's time to stop giving others your power. It's time to stop turning to others for hope or a solution to your misery. Only you can save you. It's time for action. Action from you, the people. What we present in our episodes are our findings to our research. We call it the ugly truth. And ugly it is. Much uglier than we expected it to be. But you have two options. You can either turn away because it makes you feel uncomfortable, or you can accept it for what it is: reality. And yes, it's bad. It's ugly. It makes you want to throw up. It would be weird if you didn't feel that way. Believe me, we've gone through all those phases while doing the research. But the ugly truth will not go away simply because you don't like it. It will only go away once you accept it for what it is and act. Once you know the facts, once you know your enemies, so to speak, you can draw up a plan. You will know what to do, when to do it. What we're about to tell you is so insane, so outrageous, that you will probably not believe us. We wouldn't have believed it if someone had told us what's about to come, say, a year ago. Therefore, after our insight into the future of humanity, we will let them say it. Them being the spokesman of the World Economic Forum, the biggest and most dangerous NGO in the world. For when you hear them say it, how can you possibly deny it any longer? And remember, we are not spreading fear. At the end of this episode, you will know what to do, okay? Here we go. Picture the year 2030. Half of the world's population has died as a result of the depopulation program. The world has been taken over by a small elite group of people whose spies managed to infiltrate every aspect of society, after which the long-awaited one-world government was successfully formed. Country borders have disappeared. National and personal sovereignty belong to the past. Terrified by the idea of more killer viruses, cyber attacks, nuclear wars and alien invasions, the remaining people gave up everything, desperately hoping to be saved by their leaders. They now live in a totalitarian, communist, even fascist system. Surveillance has reached unimaginable heights, not just in every street and every house, not just in people's clothes or in the bracelets they must wear, but surveillance under the skin. Billions of people were chipped. They were promised happiness and godlike powers. Instead, they were made redundant and turned into hackable animals. They are now controlled by a system that knows them better than they know themselves. Their political views, their sexual preferences, their mental weaknesses, their deepest fears and hopes. Those who are still alive are now controlled by a system that can predict their feelings and decisions, that can manipulate their feelings and decisions, and that can ultimately make decisions for them. Their bodies, brains, minds and souls were systematically and successfully hacked by means of a combination of unprecedented computer power, understanding of biology, artificial intelligence, and biometric data they collected from you, me, and every person on this planet. Those who survived the depopulation program own nothing. Homo sapiens is dead. It died when it was hacked and turned into hybrid cyborgs. Free will is dead. God has been surpassed and taken over. They finally did it. What tyrants in the past failed to achieve, the Cabal managed. They hacked and hacked and hacked until no free-thinking individual was left on the face of the planet. 2030, 7 years from now. Not a pretty picture, right? Let's hear what the Cabal has to say about it, shall we? Meet Klaus Schwab, founder and chairman of the World Economic Forum.
When I mention now names like Mrs. Merkel, even Vladimir Putin and so on, they all have been young global leaders of the World Economic Forum. Mm-hmm. What we are very proud of is that we penetrate the cabinets. We penetrate the cabinets. I know that half of this cabinet, or even more half of this cabinet, are actually young global leaders of the World Economic Forum.
Pay insufficient attention to the frightening scenario of a comprehensive cyber attack, which would bring to a complete halt to the power supply, transportation, hospital services, our society as a whole. The COVID-19 crisis would be seen in this respect as a small disturbance in comparison to a major cyber attack. I respect China's achievements, which are tremendous. I think it's a role model for many countries. We have to define how the world should look like.
The difference of this fourth industrial revolution is it doesn't change what you are doing. It changes you. If you take a genetic editing, it's you who are changed. And of course this has a big impact on your identity.
People assume we are just going back to the good old world which we had, and everything will be normal again. This is, let's say, fiction. It will not happen. The next crisis is already waiting for us around the corner, and it is the climate crisis.
What a wonderful man! And what a perfect example of yet another fear-mongering sociopath who knows how to mislead millions of people by using almost innocent words to describe one hell of a future. I mean, he just literally said that life after COVID will never go back to normal, something that was promised us all along, remember? He called China a wonderful role model for other countries. China, for God's sake, guilty of the most heinous crimes against humanity. He spread some more fear about disasters lurking around the corner, like a major cyber attack and climate change. Because after all, it's fear that keeps us in line. And he's most excited about genetic editing that will change you, as in all of you, including your personality. Oh, and on top of that, he states that they will define how the future world should look like. They being the elite, the less than 1% that nobody ever elected, but who can actually do this because they infiltrated just about every cabinet in the world. And of course, let's not forget the one-liner that made him famous in the first place. You'll own nothing and you'll be happy. You, not them. They will continue owning everything, including the private planes that take them to Davos, where they can discuss the horrors of climate change and the irresponsibility of you and me when it comes to sustainability. But hey, let's move on to his most prominent advisor, Yuval Harari. What does he have to say in his own words?
The defining equation of life in the 21st century. Biological knowledge multiplied by computing power, multiplied by data, equals the ability to hack humans. If you know enough biology and you have enough computing power and data, you can hack my body and my brain and my life, and you can understand me better than I understand myself. You can know my personality type, my political views, my sexual preferences, my mental weaknesses, my deepest fears and hopes. And you can do that not just to me, but to everyone. A system that understands us better than we understand ourselves can predict our feelings and decisions, can manipulate our feelings and decisions, and can ultimately make decisions for us. How exactly will the future masters of the planet look like? This will be decided by the people who own the data. In the past, many tyrants and governments wanted to do it, but nobody understood biology well enough, and nobody had enough computing power and data to hack millions of people. Neither the Gestapo nor the KGB could do it. We've reached the point when we can hack not just computers, we can hack human beings and other organisms. Humans are now hackable animals. We are probably one of the last generations of Homo sapiens, because in the coming generations, we will learn how to engineer bodies and brains and minds. The whole idea that humans have, they have this soul or spirit and they have free will and nobody knows what's happening inside me. So whatever I choose, whether in the election or whether in the supermarket, this is my free will, that's over. Free will, that's over. People could look back in 100 years and identify the coronavirus epidemic as the moment when a new regime of surveillance took over, especially surveillance under the skin, which I think is maybe the most important development of the 21st century, is this ability to hack human beings, to go under the skin, collect biometric data, analyze it, and understand people better than they understand themselves. Now, for the first time in history, it is becoming feasible to monitor everybody all the time, and not just what we do, but even what we feel. We already know that corporations and governments can know that you are now watching this show. But this is still limited. They don't know yet what you're actually feeling as you're watching us. But once you have under the skin surveillance, you can know that. Because emotions and feelings are biological phenomena, just like fever. The same technology. Control of data might enable human elites to do something even more radical than just build digital dictatorships. By hacking organisms, elites may gain the power to re-engineer the future of life itself. Because once you can hack something, you can usually also engineer it. For 4 billion years, nothing fundamental changed. All of life, for 4 billion years, was subject to the laws of natural selection and to the laws of organic biochemistry. But this is now about to change. Science is replacing evolution by natural selection with evolution by intelligent design. Not the intelligent design of some god above the clouds, but our intelligent design and the intelligent design of our clouds. The IBM cloud, the Microsoft cloud, these are the new driving forces of evolution. In the coming decades, AI and biotechnology will give us godlike abilities to re-engineer life and even to create completely new life forms. We are about to enter a new era of inorganic life shaped by intelligent design. Our intelligent design. We are really acquiring divine powers of creation and destruction. We are really upgrading humans into gods.
Straight from the horse's mouth. Shocking, isn't it? So, let's get this straight. They are creating an era of inorganic life shaped by their intelligent design. Because God didn't do a good job. I mean, nothing really changed in 4 billion years, right, Yuval? It doesn't really matter whether you believe in the God of the Bible or in Darwin's evolution theory. This is a statement that no geologist or paleontologist will ever agree on. And it's an absolute insult to religious people. This historian, specialized in medieval and military history, now tells the world with immense authority that they can do better than God.
Now we are much better than the God of the Bible.
Now normally we would tell you all about Schwab and Harari, about their roots, their hidden agendas. And of course we did the research and we discovered a lot. For instance, about the real driving force behind the WEF. Nelson Rockefeller, and of course, as always, the near immortal Henry Kissinger. Schwab and Harari are just cabal puppets. One plays the wise, philosophical, even friendly advisor who meditates 2 hours a day. The other one is a caricature of a Nazi who can't even pronounce the word COVID properly.
COVID-19 crisis, the COVID-19 crisis, the COVID of COVID-19.
COVID? Scovid? Seriously? Is it really important, in this particular case, to share all the background information we discovered? Or should we move straight on to the dark future they have in mind for us in the very short term? We choose the latter, as we don't believe we have the luxury of wasting any more time. In short, the World Economic Forum, set up in 1971, plays out a modern-day version of the Protocols of Zion. For more than half a century, Every detail of Agenda 21 and 2030 was executed at the exact right moment. Everything was planned meticulously. If there's one thing the Cabal mastered, is patience. More than 50 years of planning, of getting the useless eaters prepared, ready, even willing to become the perfect cyborg slaves. As the WEF carefully played out its Cabal game, moving pawns to and fro, its goals remained the same as always. World dominance, a new world order, depopulation of the masses, and the utter submission of the remaining useless eaters. In order to achieve these goals, every part of society had to be infiltrated by WEF-trained operatives throughout the world. Training programs were set up over 30 years ago to select potential operatives, to educate and shape them, turning them into eager puppets who were subsequently placed in key positions around the world.
We penetrate the cabinets.
Call it penetration, call it infiltration. Let's be honest, it's brilliant. If you wanted your wicked plans to be accepted and executed on a global scale, don't you think the fastest, most efficient way would be to infiltrate every aspect of society? To put your puppets everywhere? Remember the 1489 Constantinople letter from part 2 of the sequel? This was the advice of the Cabal's top Nazi to his Ashkenazi fellow men. Make your sons merchants so they can despoil the Christians of their goods. Make them doctors and apothecaries so they can take away Christian lives. Make them canons and clerics so they can destroy Christian churches. And make them advocates and lawyers so they can mix themselves up with the affairs of state. This way you will dominate the world. Infiltration, infiltration, infiltration. They did it back then, and they're still doing it now. This time, they started with the Global Leaders of Tomorrow, a one-year program that started in 1992 and lasted until 2003. And then, in 2004, a four-year program was set up, the Young Global Leaders. In 2011, the Global Shapers community was set up to select and groom people younger than 30. So, what's the level of infiltration we're talking about? The Cabal used its World Economic Forum to penetrate everything, every part of society, worldwide. We are talking Protocols of Zion 2.0. Let me show you what we mean. And please realize that every business we're about to show you sent its highly placed representatives to follow one of the WEF's training programs. CEOs, director of this, director of that. Meaning each and every business and aspect of society has been programmed to execute the WEF's demands. Please let that sink in while you watch the following. The WEF has successfully and thoroughly infiltrated the financial world, corporations, NGOs, religion, media. The world of science. Hollywood and Bollywood. Domain of air and space. Royal families. And last but not least, they penetrated the world of politics. Think prime ministers, presidents and advisors to the president, ministers, ambassadors, members of Congress and Parliament, senators and mayors. We're talking thousands and thousands of cabal puppets, longing for a piece of the money and power pie, who were trained by the WEF and put in high positions around the world. Big influencers who decide the direction and content of your life. Now please let it sink in that all the people we just showed you have followed the official training programs, even kings and queens. Why? They're royalty, for goodness sake. It clearly shows you who's actually in charge, doesn't it? The amount of WEF influencers across the world is absolutely massive. There are many, many more members and participants of the WEF who, for some reason, do not need to follow the training programs. Here are some more friendly faces you've probably seen before. All the major globalists are there. That's right. The Cabal infiltrated everything. They are everywhere. What's their next move? The Great Reset.
We need a great reset.
A massive global change of reality, enveloping every aspect of your life. This is the era of technology and science, where feelings are read, registered, and altered if desired. The era of reason will tear out the root of being human, so that we can be controlled and oppressed, used, or extinguished. Follow the science, they said.
In this time of crisis, you have to follow science.
But guess what? Science is not about objective discoveries. Science changes all the time. So why treat it as holy? You know why? Because science is about power.
Science is not really about truth. It's about power. Particular scientists may be very interested in the truth, personally. But as an institution, the real aim of science is power.
That's why they wanted us to follow the science, so their power would reach insanely dangerous heights.
It's often said that you should never allow a good crisis to go to waste, because a crisis is an opportunity to also do good reforms that in normal times people will never agree to, but in a crisis you see we have no chance, so let's do it.
Most jobs in the near future will be carried out by robots and cyborgs. You will be made redundant. And the people who don't want to join this program, or who cannot keep up with the speed of developments?
A new, massive, useless class. A class that has no military or economic usefulness, and therefore also no political power. My best guess at present is a combination of drugs and computer games.
Drugs and computer games. And maybe they'll just end up in isolation camps. Or should I say, concentration camps. So, is there hope for humanity? You decide. After all, we are not here to sell you hope. We are here to give you facts. But hey, you know us. We will show you what you can do in order to change things. It's basically what we've been telling you all along in our Zoom presentations. But first, let's move on with some more lies that will make you happy to pay more tax. And we'll give you a picture of what all of the above means for this new, massive class of useless eaters. In other words, for you and your children. Follow me to part 28. The World Economic Forum warned us all along. The next two crises, the ones that will make COVID-19 pale in comparison, will be a major cyber attack and climate change. The cyber attack will shut down the entire economy of God knows how many countries. People in hospitals will die. Supermarkets will no longer be supplied. We will all starve or freeze to death. Well, if that is the case, then why on earth are they digitalizing each and every society? Smartphones, smart cities, digital IDs, digital money, the Internet of Things. If all of that is to go down, wouldn't it be wise to have a good old-fashioned backup plan? Maybe not so smart? But that's not what the World Economic Forum presents as a solution to a possible future problem. It is using the same fear-based strategy that has worked for centuries. Present a crisis of unknown precedents, leave it with that so that people can get really scared and turn to their government for help, and then present a solution. Pay more tax. If we all pay more tax, all of the above can be warded off. We, the government, will keep you safe. Just give us your money, comply, and all will be well. Next, climate change. Remember what they said back in the 1970s? 10 years from now, there will be an ice age. Remember what they said 10 years later? 10 years from now, acid rain will destroy all crops. Remember what they said 10 years later? 10 years from now, the ozone layer will be gone. Remember what they said 10 years later? 10 years from now, the ice caps will be gone, melted. What happened to the Ice Age? Those were the experts talking. Remember Al Gore and his inconvenient truth? Alerting the public to an increasing planetary emergency due to global warming back in 2006, plus a sequel in 2017? Well, guess what? None of his terrifying predictions came true. He did win a shared Nobel Prize, though. God knows why. The ice caps are still there. We didn't get submerged in a modern-day deluge. Even the dikes in the Netherlands, a country partly below sea level, still hold. And we're all okay. Then there was John Kerry. He is now US Special Presidential Envoy for Climate and speaker at the World Economic Forum, G7 and G20 meetings, where he shares his heartfelt, humble thoughts and emotions about saving the planet.
We, select group of human beings, are able to sit in a room and come together and actually talk about saving the planet. I mean, it's so almost extraterrestrial to think about. Really, that's where we are.
Oh my God. It's almost extraterrestrial to be talking about saving the planet? Seriously? Well, maybe you shouldn't talk so much about saving the planet. Maybe you should actually do something. I mean, the man is loaded with millions of dollars. Do you know why he and his WEF buddies are still talking about saving the planet instead of acting accordingly? Because fear is needed to bring about extreme reforms that in normal times people will never agree to. Remember?
This is an opportunity to also do good reforms that in normal times people will never agree to.
That's what this is all about. That's why they keep coming up with new so-called catastrophic threats. Those extreme reforms were already introduced during the COVID pandemic. Rules of compliance, decimating our humanity. Total lockdowns of entire communities and countries, destroying trade, killing off small and medium-sized companies, thus creating shortage and poverty. Extreme surveillance measures, annihilating our privacy. And the gathering of biometric data. A very dangerous reform, as we have shown in our previous episode. COVID-19 was an excellent fear-inducer. It was implemented to test our ability and willingness to comply. We are now moving to the next level. The cyber attack they keep going on about has been rehearsed 3 times. Cyber Polygon. Just like the COVID pandemic was rehearsed in advance as well. More excellent fear-inducers? A new world war against Russia due to the situation in the Ukraine. There was even talk about a possible nuclear war. Excellent choice to scare the living daylight out of people. And of course, the bestseller, Climate Change and Global Warming. If people stop being afraid, the cabal will lose power overnight, you see. That's why climate change has been turned into a major threat. A trump card to push the Great Reset down our throats. Are we climate change deniers? Of course not. Climate change in and of itself is a natural phenomenon. It has existed since time immemorial, ever since the Earth was formed about 4.5 billion years ago. That's why there were ice ages, for instance. Global warming, global cooling. They came and they went. When the ice started melting some 13,000 years ago, were our ancestors to blame? Was it their carbon footprint that caused temperatures to rise? Of course not.
$350 is dangerous. Wow. Are you aware that since mammals have walked the planet, the average has been over 1,000 parts per million?
Yeah, but we weren't walking the planet. We weren't walking the planet. At no point during the past 800,000 years has atmospheric CO2 been as high as it is today.
The reason you chose 800,000 years ago is because for 200 million years before that, it was greater than it is today.
Yeah, but there weren't human beings. I mean, there was a different world, folks. We didn't have 7 billion people.
So how did it get to 2,000 parts per million if we humans weren't here?
Because there were all kinds of geologic events happening on Earth which spewed up.
Did geology stop when we got on the planet?
Climate change will always be a part of planet Earth, with or without people. And global warming? For those are two different things, even though they are presented as one. Global warming comes and goes, like we said. Global warming, global cooling. They come in waves. It's normal. So when people ask you about global warming, there's only one valid answer. When? Which wave of global warming are you talking about? The one in the Roman period, when it was actually warmer than today? Oh, the current one. There is no current one. Ever heard of the Little Ice Age? Do you know what happens to temperatures when an ice age ends? They go up. It's normal. Now, if you want evidence that there is no current man-made global warming, do your own research. Read NASA reports and weather station reports. Read the climate papers of NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the American National Weather Service. Read those of the Met Office, the Meteorological Office, the UK's National Weather Service. Read the following scientific papers, written by people from NASA and various universities. Evidence for large decadal variability in the tropical mean radiative energy budget. Evidence for strengthening of the tropical general circulation in the 1990s. We read them after hearing Dr. Kerry Mullis talk about them in a TED Talk. That's right, Dr. Mullis from our COVID episodes, the inventor of the PCR test, who died 4 months before all COVID hell broke loose.
The conclusion in both of these papers is that our theories about global warming are completely wrong. If you measure the temperature of the atmosphere, it isn't going up. It's not going up at all. We've been doing it very carefully now for 20 years from satellites, and it isn't going up. The place didn't get warmer, so the theory's kaput. These papers should have been called The End to the Global Warming Fiasco.
Listen to real scientists, the ones who refuse to be in on it for the money, the ones who risk their careers by speaking up and telling us the truth about this huge lie.
Climate has always been changing, but this has nothing to do with man.
A minute, you say this isn't caused by man. How come they're reporting this heat wave is recognised as the worst in 1,000 years of recorded history in Russia? And surely
of course,
man has got something to do with this, hasn't he?
No, nothing to do with it. The only connection is man is here at the same time as the sun and the moon are doing things.
Dr. Corbyn refers to the fact that the climate is a very complex system with a lot of elements that influence the outcome. Solar activity, the phases of the moon, the Earth's tilt, its elliptical orbit around the sun, ocean circulations, changes in salinity, cloud amount, and much more.
These things are dictated by solar activity in the moon. They're nothing to do with mankind, and those who say that are just trying to make money out of it.
Well, how come then so many climate change scientists disagree with you and they get so much support for what they say?
They're on a gravy train, for heaven's sake, they're mate.
The government puts out about $2.5 billion directly for climate research every year. It only gives that money to scientists who will produce scientific results that support the global warming hypothesis of the Democrat Party. So they don't have any choice. If you're going to get the money, you got to support their position. Therefore, 97% of the scientific reports published support global warming. Why? Because those are the ones the government pays for, and that's where the money is. It's real simple, but that doesn't mean it's right. That doesn't make it true. If you get down to the hard, cold facts, there's no question about it. There is no significant man-made global warming now. There hasn't been any in the past, and there's no reason to expect any in the future.
One of my missions is to turn on its head the idea that carbon dioxide is a pollutant and somehow dangerous, when in fact it is the most important nutrient for all life on Earth, and without it this would be a dead planet. Scientific method has not been applied in such a way as to prove that carbon dioxide is causing the Earth to warm. If we had definitive proof that CO2 was causing serious problems, don't you think they would write that down on a piece of paper somewhere so people could read it? They don't have definitive proof, period.
Earlier this year, Dr. John Clauser was asked to talk to young science students in South Korea on how to become a really good scientist. He used his talk to share his opinion about climate change and about the climate gurus of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change.
Your work should be based on careful observations of nature. You must try hard and recognize what I will call an elephant in the room hiding in plain sight. I found an elephant in the room regarding climate change. I believe that the climate change is not a crisis. The current world is literally awash, saturated with pseudoscience, with bad science, with scientific misinformation and disinformation for opportunistic purposes. Because, in my opinion, the IPCC is one of the worst sources of dangerous misinformation. I can confidently say there is no real climate crisis, and that climate change does not cause extreme weather events. Thank you.
When John Kerry presented his so-called evidence that the Earth's temperatures and the CO2 levels in the atmosphere showed identical graphs, he was lying through his teeth.
When there is more carbon dioxide, the temperature gets warmer.
What he didn't tell you is that temperatures rise and fall first. CO2 levels follow. The climate crisis bashers want you to believe it's the other way round. That CO2 levels go up first and that temperatures go up immediately as a result. You don't believe us? Then listen to real experts, like for instance Professor Ian Clark, geologist and Arctic paleoclimatologist.
Here we're looking at the ice core record from Vostok, and in the red we see temperature going up from early time to later time at a very key interval when we came out of a glaciation. And we see the temperature going up, and then we see the CO2 coming up. CO2 lags behind that increase. It's got an 800-year lag, so temperature is leading CO2 by 800 years.
Several other ice surveys show the exact same findings. Why didn't Kerry point that out? Why does the IPCC not talk about this? It kind of changes the narrative, don't you think? The amount of CO2 produced by humans is only a fraction of that produced by nature. Take volcanoes. They produce more carbon dioxide than all the cars, factories, planes, etc. put together. Animals, bacteria and dying vegetation release many hundreds of gigatons of CO2 each year. But the biggest producer of CO2 by far are the oceans. Meet Carl Wunsch, Professor of Oceanography at MIT, Harvard University, University of London, Senior Visiting Fellow in Mathematics and Physics, University of Cambridge, author of 4 major textbooks on oceanography.
The ocean is the major reservoir into which carbon dioxide goes when it comes out of the atmosphere, or from which it is re-emitted to the atmosphere. If you heat the surface of the ocean, it tends to emit carbon dioxide. So similarly, if you cool the ocean surface, the ocean can dissolve more carbon dioxide.
The warmer the oceans, the more CO2 they release. The cooler the oceans, the more CO2 they absorb. So, back to the time lag of 800 years between changes in temperature and changes in CO2 levels. Where does that time lag come from? Oceans are massive. They are so massive it literally takes hundreds of years for them to warm up or cool down.
If somebody says, oh, I'm seeing changes in the North Atlantic, this must mean that the climate system is changing. It may only mean that something happened in a remote part of the ocean decades or hundreds of years ago, whose effects are now beginning to show up in the North Atlantic.
In the past 120 years, temperatures have risen just over ½ degree Celsius. But most of their rise occurred before 1940. Since that time, the temperature has fallen for 4 decades and risen for 3 decades. Looking at Earth's long climate history, there is no evidence whatsoever that carbon dioxide has ever determined global temperatures. Not ever. Period. By the way, here are some important numbers we think you should know. 0.04% of our atmosphere consists of CO2. 95.7% of that amount is produced by nature. 4.3% is produced by man. In other words, 0.0017% of our atmosphere is CO2 produced by man. So, what about the differences between the scientific facts and the IPCC's predictions? Let's hear what Professor Clark said at a congressional hearing.
How do they model the greenhouse to achieve these temperatures? Well, CO2 is a very minor constituent of the atmosphere. The strongest, by far, is water vapor. And so water vapor is used in these models to drive climate warming. The model is based on a little bit of CO2 warming, which would be insignificant, is amplified by water vapor, a 2 to 4 time water vapor feedback. And this feedback effect has never been documented, it's never been seen in the geological record, and so it remains an hypothesis.
Now that's a very polite way to say they are spicing up the statistics, because the real data would never show a climate crisis. The problem with these mathematical models is they show you exactly what you put into them. They make it extremely easy to manipulate the outcome and change the narrative. Bearing in mind that the models were set up to serve politics, not science, they predict extreme heat, droughts, food shortages, starvation, natural disasters, and so on and so forth. They now even show preposterous headlines that the planet has entered an era of boiling. This is insane, as none of the scientific data even remotely points in that direction. And they can yell and scream for all we care about this July being the hottest month on record, but there's no evidence of that either. Now, we understand people make mistakes, but these are not mistakes. These are deliberate lies.
Before it is too late, within the 10 years that we have left to us.
The world is going to end in 12 years.
9 years.
There will be no future underwater.
The science is clear.
In the 10 years that we have left to us.
I can't imagine there will be a human on the planet in 10 years.
We are in the beginning of a mass extinction.
They're using mathematical models to predict horror scenarios, just like they did with COVID-19. Remember Neil Ferguson and his 2.2 million people will die in the US alone? Didn't happen. Apart from those murdered with a little help from midazolam and remdesivir. The climate models too are fraudulent, just like these COVID models. Designed that way by fraudulent people and paid for by fraudulent people and subsequently deployed by fraudulent people. The so-called hockey stick effect was created deliberately that way by flattening the curves before the Industrial Revolution, making it seem like a nice and steady line, after which they put totally exaggerated predictions into their models that subsequently sped out this insane graph. We wonder, Mr. Man, what happened to the Little Ice Age? And where did you leave the medieval warming period, And how come IPCC, One World Government Panel on Climate Fraud, how come you want us to freak out over a predicted hotspot of greenhouse warming when the real temperature readings by radio sonde do not show a hotspot? How come they show cooling? Remember those 2 papers we showed you 12 minutes ago? Well, that was just the beginning. Over the past months, we've read just about every scientific paper on climate change written in the past 2 decades, including the ones that are not talked about on TV, that are peer-reviewed and meet the strict requirements of science. What they conclude all boils down to the following. There is no climate crisis. Temperatures have been climbing since the Little Ice Age. Temperatures rise much slower than predicted by the IPCC. CO2 has never determined global temperatures. Not ever in the history of our planet. CO2 is not a forging agent, it follows temperatures. Warming is caused by nature and by anthropogenic factors, not by man. There is a direct link between warming and solar activity. Therefore, it's about time that CO2 levels and temperatures are decoupled. The amount of CO2 produced by humans is only a fraction of that produced by nature. CO2 is not a pollutant. It is plant food. It is of the utmost importance for life on Earth. More CO2 means a greener planet and increased yields of crops. Bringing down CO2 levels will have damaging effects for all life on Earth. More CO2 has not increased natural disasters. As a matter of fact, there's ample evidence that many forest fires were caused by man, not nature. Crooked politicians using crooked models to blame everything on global warming and climate change. Oh, and by the way, cold weather kills more people than warm weather. Thousands of scientists from around the world are now stepping forward and speaking up about this huge political fraud, this scam called the climate crisis. They have formed coalitions trying to reach as many people as possible, trying to prevent yet another useless and devastating global lockdown. Clintel is one of them, the Global Climate Intelligence Group. Clintel has released a World Climate Declaration signed by 1,500 scientists and professionals. The title of this declaration speaks for itself. There is no climate emergency. A global network of over 1,500 scientists and professionals has prepared this urgent message. Climate science should be less political, while climate policy should be more scientific. Scientists should openly address uncertainties and exaggerations in their predictions of global warming, while politicians should dispassionately count the real costs as well as the imagined benefits of their policy measures. 1,500 scientists and professionals who know what they're talking about and who refuse to be bribed or bullied into silence. Let's leave it to Dan Peña to say it as it is. In 2009, Mr. Peña and his wife were in a research facility in Antarctica. The scientists gave presentations about climate change. They had drilled thousands of ice cores by which they can tell you the temperatures at any given time, and had brought about a dozen to this presentation.
So they're going through the second or third core, and they said 275,000 years ago, this was the temperature, blah, 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 blah. And then 55,000 years ago, the world was 2 degrees warmer Celsius than it is today. And I said, well, you mean the whole world? He says, yes. And the poles are only benchmarks. And he said, it's all cyclical.
Mr. Peña then points out something interesting.
The best scenario vis-a-vis global warming is about 10 feet raise in water. If the water on the planet is going to rise up 10 feet, that means the southern part of the United States is gone. England is gone. Most of Europe is gone. Most of Central America is gone. If it were really true, the banks wouldn't invest. The banks wouldn't finance. Not one motherfucking condominium. The financial institutions, the banks of this world know it's not going to happen. Otherwise, you couldn't get a goddamn loan in London. You know those 30, 40-year mortgages? The world will be over by then. It's the greatest fraud that's been perpetrated on mankind this century.
The man has a point. If the climate emergency were true, would the cabal buy mansions by the sea? You were lied to all along, and the mainstream media was, as always, in on it.
They've already announced in our office that once the public will be open to it, we're going to start focusing mainly on climate, like global warming, and like that's going to be our next focus. Like our focus was to get Trump out of office, right? So our next thing is going to be for climate change awareness.
What does that look like?
I have a feeling it's just going to be like constantly showing videos of like decline in ice and weather warming up and like the effects it's having on the economy and really diving into
Who decides that?
Head of the network.
Zucker?
Zucker, yeah.
So that's like the next
pandemic like story like that will beat to death.
So climate change overload.
Be prepared, it's coming.
They lied about temperatures in general. They manipulated people by using new colors, red and orange. They lied about the skyline effect, adding warm buildings at night into the equation, making it look warmer. They lied by using feels-like temperatures instead of real ones. They lied by making you believe humans are much more to blame for CO2 than volcanoes and oceans and even decomposing leaves in autumn. They lied by telling you rising CO2 levels cause temperatures to rise, when in reality it's the other way round. They lied by claiming climate change causes health problems. They lied using fraudulent climate models. They lied about there being a scientific consensus when there is none. And they deliberately silenced thousands of scientists who were trying to shout off the rooftops that there is no climate emergency. Other scientists are, to use Piers Corbyn's words, on the gravy train. Or to use this lady's words, many scientists are in the UN's pocket.
You know, we own the science and we think that the world, should know it.
Glad to hear some cabal puppets are honest people. She adds that the UN also controls social media and that they're doing their utmost best to remove disinformation about the climate at all times.
We partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources. We started this partnership when we were shocked to see that when we Googled climate change, we were getting incredibly distorted information right at the top.
The mainstream media does the rest by spreading lie after lie after lie, until everybody is too brainwashed to have a different opinion. But like we said, when you simply do your own research, it's not that hard to see through their bullshit. When you see this, ask yourself the question, what study? What scientists? Find names and follow the money. On whose payroll are they? So whom do they represent? Ask yourself, why is it not allowed to have a different opinion? One that can actually be defended with scientific facts instead of vague claims. Why are those who state there's no climate emergency called climate change deniers? Why should they be ignored? Why are they ridiculed, ousted by their peers? Why is fear being normalized? Why are we supposed to listen to a child instead of climatologists with amazing credentials?
Since the climate crisis doesn't exist, how can we expect people to want climate action?
Once you see through the bullshit, it almost becomes entertaining. Europe is the fastest warming continent in the world. No, it's not Europe, it's the Arctic. No, it's Africa. Of course it's Africa. Oh, hang on, it's the Middle East. It's always hot in the Middle East. Or was that Africa? Aha! It turns out to be the US. Well, at least part of the US. It's New England. No! It's Russia! It is always Russia. The entire climate hysteria is a fraud. just like the COVID fraud, the Russian collusion fraud, and all the other frauds. They are there for only one reason: to keep you scared and thus oppressed. Why? So they can push their Agenda 2030 down our throats, including land and home expropriations, the destruction of our food sector, and the implementation of tri-state and 15-minute cities. The climate emergency was fabricated to turn us into prisoners in a totalitarian one-world regime. What they didn't count on, though, were the critical thinkers, those who did their own research and who refused to be silenced against all odds. Do you want to see where all of this will lead us? Then follow me to part 29.
Dear friends from all across the world, I have a deeply sad message to deliver. Janet has been found dead after a period of 5 weeks in which she was missing. She died of suicide by taking an overdose of medicine on November 16, 2023. Janet has had a lifetime of struggling against severe depressions and death wishes. A few times a year she would experience a deep emotional episode. This last time was one too much. She was in the process of dealing with her youth issues, which she wrote about in her blogs, and it seemed like a never-ending story to her. She tried everything. She tried to save others, me included. She tried to save the world with creating Cabal, but she couldn't save herself. Underneath her smiles and silly jokes, she deeply hated life. For me, she meant the world. We were so aligned, so in tune. We only needed a glance to completely understand each other. We shared the same humor, same silly jokes. We shared the same determination to find the truth and spread it to the world. Janet already made name as a crop circle researcher and author. She really reached the masses with her original 10-part series, The Fall of the Cabal. It was an honor for me to work with her, to share her professionalism, her passion. When we worked together, we worked as one. We had the same ideas about the script, the same ideas about the research. We started with a script of 17 parts for the sequel to The Fall of the Cabal in the summer of 2020. We ended up with 28 parts, and we are only halfway the original script. There is still so much to say, so much to expose, but it will never be the same when the voice behind the series falls away. I will not finish the sequel alone. I will leave it as it is today, with an open end. One day, I might release the rest of the script to the world, but it will be in a different form. The sequel was our co-production, and it will never be the same without Janet. This doesn't mean Cabal will end here. I will continue to fight for the children, to make presentations, to produce DVDs and books, and to fill our Telegram channel with the most important daily truths you don't hear in the news. Janet, we lived together for 5.5 years, 24/7. We were soulmates, best friends, and best co-workers ever. You are the second mother for my children and the light in our lives. I will miss you more than anything. I'll end this sad message now with Janet's own words. With love, as always.